Hello. Good evening. Hi, Rat. Good evening to you too. It's 11 a.m. where I live. Yeah, it's noon here. I don't know what else to say, man. Hi, Lissetto. Howdy do. Ugh. All right. So, today I'm not going to have webcam on. I'm not gonna have webcam on because I don't want the bright lights in my face. I'm not feeling great, so I just want to avoid that, and I don't think it really matters for coaching. So as long as no one minds, I'm just gonna keep it off today so I don't have to have the light shining on me. I also don't think that we're going to do a second coaching stream this month. I think it's just going to be this one, and then the rest of them I'll record. Hi, Rebellious Royal. Hope you're all doing well. Oh, I hope you are too. Thank you. I'm doing all right. My energy is still low, though, like it was yesterday. Are you getting flashbanged by the screen right now? I'm not. My screen is pretty dark. I mean... I can put my webcam on without the lights to show you how dark it is. Hold on. Hold on. I'll switch scenes now. Watch. Ready? Steady. Hello. I mean, you can see me, actually. I can see me, just barely. You can see my eyes. Hold on. If I... Where's my... There it is. I can do this. It's like you go... You're gonna... The live manifesto. Hold on, here we go. No, that didn't work the way I wanted it to. Hi everyone. Hello. Here, I'm going... This is the amount of light I'm willing to tolerate. That's actually really bright in my face. Hello. Hold on. I can... One second. While we're just sitting here speaking. Ooh, now you can see me. Hello. Hi. There you go. Now you can see me. Hi. It's funny how like this half of my face is dark. Hold on, I'm kind of annoyed by it, so I'm going to. Oh, that works. Hello. Okay, I'm turning that off now. But yeah, like I said, I'm going to just keep the webcam off for today because I'm like, So, what we have instead is we have a little Lidia in the bottom left corner. That'll be me for today. It's great. See, I don't even have my green screen up. Check your DMs real fast. Sure. Hi, Allie. Hello, hello. It's a YouTube link. This isn't going to. Hold on. I'll show you. 1 second. I got to turn on display capture here real quick. Hold on. That's what Rad sent me. Oh my god, that's so good. Hi, Space. Why are we in a dark room? It could be a light room. Oh, that's actually funky the way that would. Ooh, I'm having too much fun with this. Ooh. Gonna be sneaky in the dark. Better take us out for dinner first. I'll take you out first. It's just a screwdriver. Just a screwdriver. Anyway. Hello, everyone. Okay. So, since I'm here, before we get into coaching and to give people some time to get in, especially because we're starting a little bit early. Something outside. Let me couple things real quick. So like I said, a little bit earlier, we are not going to do a second coaching stream like normal. I think I'm just gonna do this one today, and then the rest I'm going to record. No webcam, because I don't want the bright light shining in my face. And definitely something else in there. Oh yeah, so I still don't know what's going on with Virtual Fighter. I have no idea. They still haven't put up the beta access thing on Steam yet. So I don't know what's happening with that, but hopefully we're able to do it this weekend. I don't know though. Honestly, if we're not able to do it, then we're probably just going to end up playing Tekken. And if that ends up happening, maybe we will do a second coaching. I don't know. There's something else too, and I can't remember. Beta starts in 11 hours. Yeah, it is 11. Yeah, hopefully it shows up then, but it's really weird how they don't have the beta access button up on Steam until it starts. I have this funny feeling that there's not going to be a button at all on Steam. Cause they don't have to accept anyone while the button's up, so I don't understand why they wouldn't just have the button up before it starts and then start accepting people when it starts. I don't get it. I don't know. But, yeah, hopefully it, works. But anyway, I don't remember the other thing I was going to say. So, seems like not a lot of people are here right now, but we're gonna do roll call anyway. Hi, Mr. Is it dark? Because, this is, as the new gen says, a Gooner Alright, so, I'm gonna do a roll call here. I don't know who is here and who isn't here. I don't know if anyone's here. But I'll just go down the list. We got Devil, Snowfox, Haru, Mash, Love, Abai, Jane, Hollow, Dub D, Fried Dino Squiddy, Latino Will, Jester, Formaggio, Markley, and Vogue. Is anyone here? I'm gonna launch the game. Waiting for the lightning to start going, it's gonna come crashing. Would you like me to ping them in Discord? No, that's alright. It definitely doesn't help that I'm starting at a weird time, right? I probably should have said that in Discord and in the coaching thread that I was gonna be starting at noon, because I'm sure quite a few people are expecting me to start 4 hours from now, and yeah. Well, what we can do. Hi, Kyoke. Hi, Coco Bean. Fox's sake forgot to request coaching in the Discord. No! It's okay, you got next time. So, here's what I can do. What I can do is... Oh, God. Hold on, I gotta read something real quick. This Hollow sent me something the other day. Okay, I'm not quite sure what to do for Hollow then, based on what he asked. So what I was going to say is I could, if no one's here right now, then I could do someone who I'm pretty sure isn't going to be here, but I don't know who exactly that would be, because everywhere on the list is someone that could be here, so I'm like, I don't know. Hold on, let me get the coaching thread up again. I was on the list, but I removed my entry because I haven't played the game since the new update. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I get that. That update really sucked, man. Sorry, I'm still trying to figure out what exactly I want to do. How do you get on the list? You have to join Discord and then post your Tekken ID in the thread in the Discord, but the thread closes the Sunday before coaching, so it's already closed for this one, but I'll make another thread for the next one at the end of the stream today, and then you can get on it for next time. Okay, I think yeah, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do Fried Dino first, because Fried Dino usually isn't here for the coaching. He usually just watches the recordings, so I'll do his first, because I know I'm going to record it anyway, almost certainly. And that should be good. I have to, the problem is though, I have to find the recording now, and I don't remember where that is. I fail. I need that coaching, Loki. I'll look out for the thread. Like I said, I'll put it up at the end of the stream today. So you should just be able to get in. And I'm gonna reiterate that the coaching for next month in October is gonna be the last one of the year, because I want to take a break from doing coaching because it is exhausting. So oh my god, man, I don't know where this damn recording is. Is it here? Yeah, I record these on the 1st, right? Yeah, I found them. Okay. That's Volg. That's also Volg. Here we go. I think I found it. Cool. Sorry that you're hearing noises. Right. Sorry, by the way, that I'm so, like... I'm like all over the place. I'm so out of it today. I cannot do multiple things at once. I'm having a rough time today. I apologize. All right, so we're gonna start with Fried Dino. It's a recording. This was a recording before the update, because the update obviously destroyed everything, including my hopes and dreams. So, yeah, let's just get into it. Unfortunately, because it's been a little over a week since these were recorded, I don't remember exactly what happened with the recorded games. But, should be alright. Feels like it's quiet. It is quiet. Okay. Let's go again. Got sidestep, forward 2, plus frames, electric. Yeah, I mean, that was good movement. Not really much to complain about there. Yeah, I mean, I guess, like... Again, I don't exactly remember what happened because it's been a while. Hi, Mash. We got VTuber. Yes, hello. I am Lidia VTuber. I didn't have enough time to set it up so that when I talk, the emote changes. I think I have to, like, have a Discord plugin and be in a Discord chat, and yeah. Anyway, so yeah, like, one thing here, I think we just did the forward 2-1, assuming that the down forward 1 would hit, but you do have to be careful of the opponent staying on the ground here, right? Because then you get hit here, then we get hit trying the sidestep, and so, like, the tricky thing about this situation, of course, is that even though you're -7, you can still sidestep here 100%. But the thing you have to think about is, like, why are you sidestepping, right? Why are we sidestepping here? Because this, like, we're not being threatened by the wall. you know? And if Huarong does something like down forward 1, that's going to catch us, and that's going to put us in more of a precarious situation. High T-jump, my new hitbox came in. Hell yeah, nice. So that's just something to think about as well. We end up getting hit by this. And again, we're trying the sidestep, right? So we get hit by this, -8. And then we try sidestepping. We end up getting clipped. We try jabbing after we get hit. And then we get launched, right? So this is a series of decisions that we made that, like, in a vacuum, if we're neutral, make a lot of sense. But you have to consider the frame advantage, right? You have to consider that because Huarong is +7, +8, whatever, that sometimes you just have to hold back and wait. You know, like, what I say is that you can sidestep at, you know, -6, -7 or whatever, but you have to have a reason for why you want to sidestep. And most of the time when I bring this up, it's because the person I'm telling this to, their back's to the wall, right? So if they do like a sidestep block and the opponent does some sort of move that's going to break the wall, so, you know, a slow move like 13, 14 frames, then that step block is either going to allow you to block the move, you're going to sidestep it, or even if you get hit, you'll get out of your back being to the wall and getting that wall break. In this situation, we don't have any incentive to do any of that stuff, and that's what ends up putting us in this blunder situation, even though, you know, there's not really much of a reason why. I cover Gooner, shut up! So yeah, now we're here. Try going from the front couch. And you know, like, again, we have to think, we've been playing good neutral so far, right? We've had good sidesteps. We've had the electric launcher. We kind of have an idea of how this Huarong is playing at this point. Why go for the super risky from crouches down forward for launcher? You know? Like, there's so many odd things we can do. Even with Rena, even if we just hit, like, the 4 button while standing, you know what I mean? Then, I mean, it's not accomplishing a combo, but it's accomplishing a similar thing while staying safe. Here we're just taking the -14 for no reason at all. We don't have to do this. And hell, you know, not that I necessarily advise this in this situation, but look at the heat we have left as well. If we're going to do this mid, why not do a heat smash or a heat dash or so many other things that don't leave us punishable? So continuing on, yep, that's a 2-hit string, -14. Spring kick. Yeah, and now our heat is gone, right? So, like, when we're in this situation here, we should be thinking about how to get the maximum value out of our heat with how much is left. Because not only, right, is on hit, it's going to do a good amount of damage to Huarong, assuming we do heat smash. On block, it's going to give us a plus frame situation, push him close to the wall. But also look at our gray health that we can recover. If this heat smash hits, we're recovering a good chunk of our gray health. By just kind of sidestepping and doing electric instead of heat smash, right? Because we could have done heat smash here. It's the same thing. It's just not a launcher, but that doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. We lose out on our ability to utilize the rest of our heat because of the pushback, and now that opportunity is gone. For the exact same situation we get on block as if we did heat smash. Now, again, the argument is, well, if it hits, then it's a launcher. And sure, if it launches in this situation with the wall here being here and everything, without having heat, though, you're getting, like, 80 damage. If you do heat smash, you're doing, like, 50-55, right? On top of recovering the gray health, it evens out. But it just leaves you in a bad situation and gives you more use out of that heat. Sesu VTuber arc. Hi, Genghis-chan. Yes, I am PNG tuber now. And so, yeah, here he blocks low. And that's something we can think about in the future, that he's going to block low there. But he's going on. I know you said in Discord, I'm remembering now, you wanted help specifically with the Huarong matchup. But I think that pretty much all of this round, the reason I'm bringing this stuff up is because all of this round came from stuff that's not necessarily with the Huarong matchup, but just stuff that we could mitigate with how we're playing, right? And see, this is the kind of situation now where you'd want a step guard to get away from the wall, right? Because even though you don't have a lot of health, if Huarong does a move that wall splats that normally wouldn't kill you, all of a sudden you die. And you also have to consider his heat and everything. You could also make an argument that maybe we start doing stagger pressure with like down forward one and stuff, use that to get out of the wall and stop him from using heat. The problem is when we don't have heat, it's kind of hard to continuously enforce that kind of thing. But you know, those are some options that we could do. But you know, standing here and dash blocking is just making it easier for the Huarong to kill you, right? Yeah, here we have to be careful. Because Huarong's +4 here, he can do just about anything and kill you here. If you jab. You have to be really careful of this. Like, Huarong needs any help to kill us. True! High last surprise. It's the house sweep into the mid. I like that idea. Yeah, and then that was an unfortunate drop. And see, it's the same thing, right? So, every time we're in this kind of situation, what does Huarong always do? He always does this. And we're sidestepping, but we end up getting clipped because of the sidestep. So we have to be a lot more mindful of our sidestep, right? So that first round was mainly just because the of like what we were doing. See, and you see how different this is frame-wise, right? Oh, it's the same thing. But see, we get the clean step now, get the launch, that's good. That was a good sidestep. And again, we're just taking unnecessary risk doing this, right? We do the first low. That's all well and good. Second one, -16. Why? We have a huge health lead. We have all of the advantage here. There's no reason to do this. We're not in a situation where we have to do this. If it hits, then like, you know, big whoop. We get combo, we get him to the wall. He's still alive. We get Oki and all of that. But then he does the same thing if he blocks us and actually knows the punish. Yep, that second hit's a high. And so here's the thing with Huarong, right? Any move that Huarong does that ends in a high, he is plus. Any of them that you block that ends in a high, he is plus a billion. Granted, this is only +3, but still. And this is what I was talking about before when we were jabbing into that 2-hit string that left him +4 in the last round. Because we try doing forward 4-2, but even if this is a jab, look, it's 13 frames. Right? So if he's +4, obviously this is just going to give, this isn't going to trade. At +3 it is, but this on counter hit gives him the whole string is guaranteed on counter hit. Plus on whiff. Not inaccurate. So that's obviously really dangerous, especially with our back being to the wall. So again, just have to be a little bit more mindful of that. He goes for the grab instead. Back 3. Launch punishable, by the way. Yeah. And then, again, same thing here, right? Even though this doesn't look like a high, it is. And look. He's +12. He's +12. Right? The Huarong is ridiculous. But again, right? We're trying to jab. And he does this. This isn't even a good frame trap. He's +12 and he's doing a 14 frame move. Like, this frame trap is, like, terrible. He easily could have killed you here. But what he did just wasn't very good. I do like that we're doing forward 4-2 into the mid now after he started ducking. That's very good. Heat engager here. Go for the parry. Don't quite get it. That was a great whiff punish, though. Yeah, that was really good. That was a really good round. Did I miss my coaching? No one was here when I did roll call first, so I'm doing Fried Dino because he's not here, and I'm gonna do roll call again after because you and Mash are here now. And again, right? So we're having the same thing. We whiff electric. It's like, okay, fine. And then we immediately do front crouch down forward 4. Why? You know? Why? If we want to try waiting for him to, like, whiff a high or something, then that's all well and good. But look, like, we just get launched here. And he like, even if he blocks it, still 14 frame punish, you know? Yeah, and again, we have to be really careful of our sidestepping because I'll ask the question again. This is happening a lot. Like, why are we sidestepping? You know, what are we trying to avoid? And really, we know like what he's doing the entire time. But again, the same situation has happened before. He's +8. We try sidestepping. He does jab. Jab clips. He's +7. He does jab here, but he's done down forward 2 before, and that's also clipped us, right? And so this just isn't worth it, especially when we sidestep. If he only does 1 jab here, look, he's still able to go back and forth. He doesn't care. Now we're in from crouch, sidestep, electric. You know, like, it just didn't do anything for us. See? Same thing, right? That same like, flow chart that I said before. He does this, and then down forward 2. Now, granted, we jabbed here and tried whiff punishing him, so it's not like that was a bad thing. But it's coming back to the point just a couple seconds ago where it's like that's been what he's flowcharting, and that would have clipped you when he's +8. That's gonna be full combo here. Yeah, and again, plus, good job waiting it out. But then, yeah, we get hit by the back 4 here. 13 frame counter hit launcher, by the way. Yeah, plus on whiff, true. Yeah, and then this is another one, right? This is another one where he does down 3-4, we block it, he's +9. I hate this character, but he's +9 with this on block. So we tried doing from crouch down forward 4 again, but he can just do anything to counter hit us. This back 3, that's launch punishable, by the way. How we get hit here, what did we do? We tried doing forward 4 too. Yep, and then this right here, it's +14 on hit. +14 on hit. So we tried doing down forward 1 here when we get hit by that, and again, he can do literally anything. And this is why I was talking about in the previous round as well, where when you back was to the wall and he was +12 or whatever, that he could do literally anything else and kill you. This is what I mean, because this is a 14 frame move, right? 14 frame move, natural on counter hit, wall splat, and he drops the combo, but it doesn't matter, and then we die. So, like, here's the thing, right? I think that there were definitely parts of this that was Hwarog matchup, mainly with the highs and the plus frames and stuff. But I think that really what it came down to this game is that we are taking way too many risks for no reason. The main one is sidestepping, right? How many, like, when we look back at this game, how many times did Hwarong clip you when you tried sidestepping when he was like +7, +8 or whatever? It happened well over 10 times. And that's a big reason why we lost.
I hate rich people.
Yo, Tina, thank you so much for the 6 months. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Thank you so much. Thank you. So where was I at? Yeah, so getting clipped when sidestepping, right? So that's something we have to think about, is like, why are we sidestepping? What is the situation that we're in and what's the reason for sidestepping in this situation? Being more careful about sidestepping when the opponent's plus, because like, if we go back to where one of these sidestep things happened, like, yeah, like here, right? we see that Huarong is constantly doing this same thing over and over and over again, right? So because of that, we don't want to sidestep, we want to duck, because he's always doing this high every single time. Every time. And but at the same time, what if Huarong was doing this into, well, maybe not this move specifically, but let's say that let's ignore the fact he's in Flamingo just for the sake of example, right? Let's say that he does this and then he does forward 3, right? Again, just assume he's not Flamingo, right? Assume this is like not Huarong. Assume it's a different character. They do like a down forward 1 string or whatever. Or let's say the Huarong jabs you. Actually, yeah, let's do it like right here, right? Let's do it here. He's +7. Instead of him doing like down forward 2 or something that's going to hit you for sidestepping, what if he does like forward 3? A linear move. That's when we will want to sidestep even though he's +7. What if our back's to the wall, right? That's when we will want to sidestep or step guard. But here in this situation, when Huarong is constantly doing the same flowchart over and over and over again, there's no point, right? Because like worst case scenario here, he does this, the down forward 2, we block it, and then like cool, it's our turn. So that was one big thing. And then the other big thing too was when we were doing like the from crouch lows and everything, or not the from crouch launcher, the from crouch down forward 4 and all of that stuff. And we didn't need to, you know, just taking all of like these unnecessary risks, using all of these moves that leave us minus, punishable, whatever, when it's just not necessary. You know, because we have so many other options that we can do. Like, look back at the previous round with the heat smash and everything, right? Back here. Yeah, right here. Like, oh no, sorry, that was the electric. I don't remember where exactly I'm thinking. But either way, you know what I'm talking about. Those are the things I think are really important to think about. So, yeah. Anyway, I hope that helps you out. That's pretty much all I got. And then again, with the Huarong as well, the main thing with Huarong is just, like, recognizing the highs and understanding that every high he does on block is plus and you just shouldn't attack. Or sidestep, frankly, because he's, like, +9, +10, plus whatever. You can't really do anything there. So, yeah. I picked Huarong to win the matchup and I stopped because I was literally scared I'll destroy my controller. That's funny. How you doing? Sorry for interrupting. I'm doing okay. I have the webcam off because I don't want the bright light shining in my face because I'm feeling like meh. But I'm doing okay. Thank you for asking. So hi Sin Mini, I haven't missed my chance yet. No, you haven't. No one was here when we did the initial roll call. I did fry Dino because I'm pretty confident he's not going to be here for the live one. So now that some of you guys are here, I'm going to do roll call again. So, we got, hold on, let me label this correctly. Devil. And Sin. And Mash. So I got those 3. We also got, let's see, doing roll call again. Snowfox, Haru, Love, Abai, Hollow. Hollow's not going to be here. Dub D, Squiddy, Latino Will, Jester, Gramaggio, Mockley, and Volg. Any of you guys here? Do I need to submit something to get a game review like this? You just need to submit your Tekken ID in Discord when the thread's open. It's closed right now, but it will be open again for next time at the end of the stream. So, right now, by the way, the order is going to be Devil, then Mash, then Sin. So, if no one else is here, I'm going to do Devil, Devil also has a recorded game, so let me find that real quick. That's Vogue. What order did I do this in? Oh, no, I'm not being silly. That's Vogue. Oh, did I record? No. That's not it. That's not it. Did I record a game for you, Devil? I can't remember. It says in the spreadsheet that it is a recorded game. Oh, you sent it on Discord. Right. Okay, I was wondering. I was like, I don't know what's going on. Okay. Yeah, I got it now. Thank you. Okay. Here we go. All right, and then again, Mash, you're going to be on deck.
Round 1.
Okay.
Fight.
It's a 2-1. That's fine. It's fine waiting for that. You know, I mean, something I noticed, and I think we talked about this before as well, that you do 3-3 a lot, right? And yeah, we did talk about this because I remember mentioning that there are a lot of other things you can do besides this, and because this is a high, you can get ducked and launched, and that's like obviously not good. So I think that doing 3-3 is something you really gotta look out for. Mary Shao the meat. Yep. So there's that. That's fine. Okay. So based on just this, right? So we do the low, and then we try doing, the from crouch low. And, you know, that's completely fine. Absolutely no issue with that. This Jin is just rocking out the launcher. And so this is one of those things where it's like, yeah, it sucks now, but this is important information for us to know in the future. Because now, when we're in that situation, what can we do? We can wait for this moron to just do this while rising launcher and then kill him for it. Right? That's a situation we can set up for. Just the low, and see how he did that again, right? So he bursts through it. That's good. And he chooses not to hit a button. I kind of expected him to hit a button there. He didn't, which might tell us that he's flow trying this a little bit. That's fine. He does that. That's launch punishable. Heat smash is still a punish. That works. That's good. Also, failed electric, by the way, is -10 universally. So make sure you punish this. But yeah, like this is a tricky situation. I like how we're approaching this because we've run up to try baiting out rage out or something, or sidestep, back up, do nothing, in and out. And we're not the problem is here, we're not at a great range to be able to do keep out or anything, especially when he has rage and rage out available, right? But I think that playing the patient game here and trying to wait for him to screw up, especially when he's already done so many things that could get him killed, is a really good way to go. Just playing defensive, right? And that was our whiff punish opportunity. We get him there. Pixel left. Nice low. I think that was played really well. If you want to improve this, what I'll say, not to criticize or say you did anything wrong, because I think this is the right way to approach this. But there was a big lull in the fighting, right? there was a big break in you two interacting, and you let the Jin come to you and initiate offense. And that's fine, right? Again, in this situation, completely fine to do that. You have the health lead. He's enraged, so he could rage at you at any time, right? Absolutely makes sense. But what I will say is that by giving him multiple opportunities, like when he's minus here, let's say this is -9, right? Let's not even think of this being punishable. that's giving Jin more opportunity to now mix you instead of hanging himself. So, like, in this situation, he backs up. What if he approaches again and does house sweep? With your back being to the wall here and everything. That's something you have to consider when it comes to risk reward. So while we're taking this break and letting him screw up and letting him die, at the same time, we sometimes have to take the initiative to prevent those situations from happening where we accidentally put our back to the wall and put ourselves in a losing position. So didn't end up happening here, but that's just something to think about. Hi, Mark Clay. What's up? Not much. We've done roll call already. There's Miari and then 2 people ahead, and then we'll do roll call again, and you'll be on the list when we do it. So again, that's minus 13. Punishable as well, even if he does the electric for that move. Yeah, and again, we gotta be careful of the 3-3s, right? Heat engager, run up, and yeah, he goes in and does electric. And you know, that's part of what I mean too when it comes to like giving that up, because we're backing up, and it's like, who has the advantage in the situation, I guess is what I should say. And the answer is Jin, because he has better movement and longer range moves. So when we're like here, we're in a good position because we can like bait out a whiff, we can try poking him. But when we're backed up this far, I mean, how, like, what's the play to get in against Jin when he has great keep out like electric, he has great approach tools, fast movement? And it's hard, right? It's a lot harder from here, and that's what ends up happening here, because he just wave dashes in, boom, electric. And then we get launched just for trying to approach from that range. Whereas, right, if we are a little bit closer, then we don't have to take as many frames, as big of a movement to be able to get in. That leaves him less opportunity to be able to do this, right? Yo, sup, man, this game is so great. I'm playing Grand Blue and 6-6 Light versus Miyazaki Open World Souls. All thanks to this game, Tekken being so great. Yeah, bait out the whiff with key charge. Also true. There you go. That's good. And that was brilliant, right? He ate shit because he tried doing that while rising 2 again. We got the counter hit. Good stuff. We didn't get the combo off of it, but that was 100% correct. That was really good. By the way, I don't know if you know, but here, this on counter hit, you get the crouching grab guaranteed. You get down 2 plus 4. That's guaranteed. Is that... Yeah, sure. Rage on. Down 1 plus 3. 1 plus 3, 2 plus 4. It's all the same. From crouch low. Gotta be careful with that. And then, yeah, the Jin is just being very rambunctious, right? Is that, again, we get the crouching grab guaranteed there. Go into there. Boop, boop. Gotta be careful with that 3-3 again. And what I would say here for combo, don't use Heat Smash. This is something I was telling Snowfox last month, but don't use Heat Smash here. Because if we, like, even if we end the combo with, like, back 3, right? Just, like, spike them on the ground, even though it's not optimal. With the remainder of the heat, when they wake up, we can Heat Smash, and when we Heat Smash, if they crouch or they press a button or anything, then they die. Whereas if we do it here, we're getting what? I mean, this is doing... how much damage here in total? Like 10 damage. But if we do something to spike them on the ground, or like finish the combo, whatever, that's doing 5-6 damage. So we're really only netting 5 damage by using our heat. It's not worth it. Rage I used because I thought I was going to go low, and Heat Smash kind of mistake. The Heat Smash was definitely not not great. But see, and this is what I mean too. We've been backing up so much. Now we just decide, you know what? Let's go in and let's hit a button of our own, and then boop boop, and then he wasn't expecting it, and then he dies. So that was good. So what I'd recommend is, first off, the 3-3. Gotta be mindful of that, right? Gotta be mindful of using that move out in neutral, because when people start ducking it, you will die and you will not be happy. What's the other thing? My brain is mush. Like the neutral situation, things I said, like, to think about with the neutral situation, right? And yeah, I mean, those are the main things, right? The Jin didn't really get a chance. I think you did a good job recognizing that, like, after that from crouch low, the Jin did the while rising too, so we did the counter hit. That was really good. We did a really good job of adapting, like, at the end here too, because we've been backing up so much, then we go in. So there's not too much to criticize. I mean, you won the game 3-0, so it's kind of hard to point out mistakes when you win 3-0 like this. But yeah, those are the main things I would consider. But yeah. Alrighty. And that's it for the recorded games, except for Vogue. So I'm going to go into the game here now for this one. And Mash, you're up. Mash, you're still here, right? Hi, Zakio. Hello, welcome in. Mash, I need confirmation of your presence. Hold on. Okay. That works for me. All right, any game in particular you want me to look at? Hi, hello. Versus God Destruction Leo. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Ooh, woo. This guy. Ah, damn it. All right, let's do it. I think the game's still muted. Hold on. Yeah, it is. All right, we're good now. Oh no, the Leo. All right, let's see here. Down forward 1. Yeah, that's a hell of a whiff punish. Yeah, so, okay, here's the thing with Leo. You always want to get off the ground against Leo. Because Leo has so much bullshit that will hit you on the ground and launch you for staying on the ground. So, like, and you know, here's a great example. That is just a combo for you staying on the ground. It is. This, if you lie down, this no shit is just a combo for you lying down at the wall. It's ridiculous. So you always have to get off the ground against Leo. What? Dude, this face with Leo is crazy. I need this as an emote. Hold on, actually. Hold on. Hold on. And Leo can do a lot more fucked up shit too when you're staying on the ground. It's just that, like, in this situation, it's better because of the balcony break. Hold on a second. I'm just gonna, real quick. Yes. I need this as an emo. Oh my god. Hold on, it's gonna get a little bit weird just for a second because of my hotkeys. Sorry, it's gone black because of that, but That is one hell of a fake. Sorry, I'm getting distracted, but... Okay, I can switch back now. There it is. That is amazing, man. Hold on, I can... Ah! Oh, yes. Hold on. Opposite way. Sorry, I'm having too much fun with this.
I'm a pretty princess.
Shut up. Okay, anyway, that's my fun. But yeah, anyway, like Zakiel said, never stay on the ground against Leo. Never.
I want mommy juke. I want milk.
Yep. Yeah, and you know the fucked up thing here is too? I'm pretty sure he fucked this up. I'm pretty sure. Yep, he could have done full combo again here. Welcome to Leo. You can't do any of this stuff. You just tech roll. Yeah, so second hit here is a high. He also has a mid. So, shit. Should have done close circle forward 2-1, would have got the ball. Oh, yeah, that's also true.
I want Reina to dominate me.
Thank you. This is how they do all those trolling YouTube thumbnails, decking characters. Yup. Hold on, which one is it? So he has a mid follow-up, that's safe. The high follow-up is... You're still +4, even though it looks like he's plus, but yeah. This, by the way, stupid move, -12 on block. -12 low counter hit launcher. So, wrong punish. Boop, boop, boop. Again, tech roll. Tech roll the wrong way, right? We need to tech roll, like, out of the corner. Yeah, that's -12. It's a mid string. Actually a punishable move with Leo. I know, crazy stuff. Yep. While running 3. Yeah. Not much we could have done there. I will say, though, you have to sidestep Leo right, not left. So, I think that in this situation, we actually could have sidestepped that. I think. Leo's super plus here, but... So right here. No, we couldn't have. Yeah, Leo's fucked up. Yeah. Like, if we hold up as well, it doesn't work. Yeah. I'm just making sure. But normally you do want to sidestep right against Leo, not left. Come on, round 2. Can't step it after because he's plus. Yeah, I just didn't know if the +6 you could step that or not. That's all. Actually, you know what? Here. Let me. There is one thing that's important to mention, though. Even though you would just die here, I'm pretty sure. If you had more health, yeah, I mean, you would just die. But if you had more health, you can power crush through this. So even though this like kills you here, if Leo goes into stance, power crush beats every mid. Power crush beats every single mid. If Leo doesn't go in the stance, Leo's +6, right? So power crush wins here. Again, don't have the health for that. Probably one of the reasons why I did it this way. But yeah, that's another thing to consider too. You can only sidestep with Lily, of course. Liz mostly sidestep, right? Yep. Yeah, I mean, you gotta be careful with that, especially against someone who actually knows. Yeah. I mean, not much to talk about there, right? We whiffed toe kick. I mean, what I can say is that we really gotta be just waking up more against Leo. But this entire round was just like, yeah, we tried doing something here, but yeah, Leo's plus enough that this is just unavoidable. Yeah, and then down forward one. Again, not a lot that you can do there. Nice duck. That was good. Yeah, Leo's down forward 2 is punishable. You have to punish this. You have to. And then this is also a very common move for Leo to use, especially in the Lidia matchup. It's really good in the Lidia matchup. It is a high, though. Offline, it's reactable. Online, it not really, but it is a high. Yep. And he's +9 here. This is -13. We try punishing it. The punish is just late. The other thing that we can do here too when Leo does this, I wouldn't like advise this all the time because you can get counter hit launch pretty easily. But if you power crush, it beats the hop kick, it beats the 1, it loses to the 2 and the 4, of course. So it's not like a great solution, but if you don't know what one he's going to choose between, that's something else you can do too. Yeah, and then for this one as well, this is obviously a punish, but those follow-ups on this last hit's -14. This is like Junkyard. So here, you see we can block that still even on hit. So it's not really a punish. We can't low parry it, but we can block this and then it's -14. Oh my God. So yeah, and then Leo has another one as well that ends in a high. But yeah, that was good. The wall being there is unfortunate. Yeah, and then this is a 3-hit string that Leo can delay for some reason, and it's -13. I can't remember. Maybe you can't step it. I felt like you could for a second if he delays it. I might be thinking of something else. Oh, you can power crush too. That's probably what I'm thinking. Yeah, for some reason this is -13, and then again because we stay on the ground, right, instead of tech roll, he just gets this guaranteed. So we need the tech roll here, and then you can see if we tech roll to the left, that whiffs, and then we get full combo. So that's sort of the punish there, but. Hi, folks. Since when is that the PNG tuber? Yeah, today. Forward 2. That's good. Parry? No parry. Kind of surprising. Yeah, I think I personally would have done while running 1 there. I think that's the best way to try getting you back in the game, and then down jab. Yeah, man. I mean, unfortunately, there's not a whole lot to say. I mean, most of it is just like... I'm actually going to look at the replay because there's so little to say, but most of it was just like, the Leo got 1 launcher, we stay on the ground, he relaunched you, and then you died 3 times.
You shall make a fine sacrifice.
So I'll take a quick look at this one too to see if there's anything else to point out, because that game was just kind of nothing, to be honest. Good block. I'm just gonna try point out the Leo specific stuff. I mean, yeah, it's just like, and this is the same problem as the last one where it was like we whiffed the button and then he launches and died. We did forward 3-4 and he launched us and then we died, you know. Yeah, there we could have whip punished with forward 2. Yeah, -13, and then he's off to the races, and then it's just... I mean, he's playing very careful, I guess, because he doesn't know how you're going to play. That's -11, and then, yeah, down forward 2. Because you're not punishing it, right? So that's the problem. Hi, G-Dorf. Gotta catch a stream. Hello. This is a bit of a weird one. I have my webcam off because I don't want the light shining in my face because I'm not feeling good. And it's coaching, so it's not a very entertaining stream, I would say. It's definitely an outlier, but welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Oh my god, my headphones. Jesus Christ. This move, by the way. Hold on. Where is it? I am thinking of the correct move, right? No, I'm not. I thought this is the one that you sidestep. Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. That's fine. I need the education. Hell yeah. Boop, boop. I would have just done heat smash there, personally. Oh, man. You know what the combo is here? Please let me take control. Whoa. Hold on. It's this on this stage. Oh, my God. My controller. Ah. So annoying. The combo is 4. Yes. That is exactly what I said. Good block. It's minus 13. Yeah, that's the one that ends in high, by the way. That's the Wild Rising move I was talking about that ends in a high. Or it goes in the stance. And if you have a read that they'll go in the stance, then you can counter hit them. Unless they do the power crush, of course. Obviously, Leo's going to have options, but yeah. Yeah, again, we gotta be whiff punishing that stuff. There, nice. Yeah, and that one ends in a high or a mid. Again, whiff punish, right? We've seen that he's done down forward 1 after the down forward 2, so we can take advantage of that. Boop, boop. This is jab. That's the high. Oh, yeah, here, by the way, I know this is really hard to do online. Sidestep left. Yeah, that was good. At the wall now. Did spring kick. Yeah, and again, right, it's a lot of like how we're taking damage and why we're losing is because of the like what we're doing when we're on the ground. That's a high. He doesn't have a mid. After the down forward 1, you always duck. Yeah, and then that's a plus on block high. That's why that move is fucked up in this matchup. Boop. At the wall. That's guaranteed. Yeah, and again, we have to roll. If we're not rolling, then all of that's guaranteed. And again, that's mid minus 14. Minus 10, not 11. That's a high. Yeah, I mean, like, we're just staying on the ground. We're attacking into all of these strings, and we're getting hit by them for no reason, you know? That's really what it comes down to, is that, you just gotta, like, tech roll. I don't know if you tech roll a single time in those 2 games. But you have to tech roll. You have to. And, like, don't get hit by the strings, man. You're getting hit by Leo's junkyard. It's Leo being bullshit, too. I mean, yeah, but a lot of it can be mitigated. We can't be getting hit by the junkyard string, you know? We can't be getting hit by down 4-2. We just can't. Appreciate the follow, by the way. Thank you. It's a knowledge check off. I don't know. Maybe I'm like out of touch because I know this matchup pretty well. But I feel like a lot of stuff could have been mitigated by just like not whiffing, tech rolling while on the ground. and not doing strings that end in highs because the Leo knows how to duck them. I think that was the main problems that we were having and the main things that we need to look at and think about. So anyway, I'm gonna move on this in now. But yeah, I hope that helps. I'm here. Hello. Any specific game you want me to look at? And then after Sin, we're gonna do roll call again. So I know Volga's here. Markley is in YouTube chat. Do roll call for everyone else here in a second. Leroy, please. Gotcha. This one? We're just gonna load it, assuming that it is. Yes? Okay.
Come over. Your nightmare has begun. Fight.
Boop, boop, boop. Leroy is such a damn complicated character to defend against. Leroy is stupid. Yeah, so this is a very common thing. So Leroy does this string, which is high, mid, mid. And he has this move that has built-in punch parry. So what we can do as Ana is, oops, that, so we can get our counter hit off. Also, if we do a jumping attack, that parry obviously doesn't work. But yeah, the problem is if we do like down forward one or something, then he just parries us. And obviously if we do a low here, then Hermit auto low parries. But that's another option. What is his normal parry, by the way, while in stance? Because I think this comes out on like frame 3 or something. Yeah, I know it's back 2, but does it come out on frame 1 or frame 3? I can't remember. It is 3 frames. Okay, thank you. Just need the here. And his parry is 3 frames. 4 frames out of stance. Gotcha, thank you. We can do a 10 or 11 frame move. So basically a 10 frame punish, right? And if and that's true for a lot of Leroy stuff that goes in the stance as well. The problem is when playing against Leroy online that sometimes you try doing the 10 frame punish and he parries you anyway. I hate this character. There's such a damn complicated character to defend against. The Hermit situation is awful. It really is. Hermit is such a ridiculous stance. It's so poorly designed. But yeah. And oh yeah, I see we did actually try doing the 2 and it got parried because online Tekken sucks. So yeah, this is mid-high. It's heat engager. Yeah, and now welcome to the best low in the game. +5 into stands. Also, by the way, on counter hit. Counter hit heat engager guaranteed. Dude left me a message after this as well. Of course he did. He's a Leroy player. But yeah, +5 here. So he just frame traps with like the 4 or the down 3-4 or like all of this other garbage. He's left only +1 here, thankfully. Nice low parry. So yeah, obviously that's the only thing that beats down jab. But it's important to point out too, with the matchup, that if Leroy does this and we try down jabbing, then he gets that whole down jab string guaranteed. And then he goes back into Hermit. It's disgusting. This character is so fucking ridiculous. I'm telling you, Leroy is a sleeper, like top tier, if not top 10 character. This character's so dumb. Yeah, so again, like matchup specific stuff. That third hit is a high. We can duck it, assuming that we block it. And then yeah, this is only natural on counter hit. Second hit's mid, -13. Pretty typical for these kind of moves. Sure. Nice. Just while rising to out of nowhere. Yeah, so like what I'm noticing a lot from this Leroy that's important to think about, the Leroy is hitting a lot of buttons for no reason, right? Whenever there is a break, the Leroy is like, I have to hit button. And this is minus 14. So you're seeing that with like the Wild Rising 2 now. You saw that with the down jab before. This Leroy just hits button out of his control like it's nobody's business. Boop, boop. Yeah, and that was a good decision because again, he was always going to run in and hit a button. 38 defense, by the way. I believe it. The defense stat usually doesn't mean much, but yeah, I mean, just look at this guy. No offense. And yeah, so the reason we got hit here, by the way, we were neutral guarding for 3 frames because we tried backdashing. And so, this is something I brought up a couple of times, but in these kind of situations, you cannot backdash. We have to think of the situations and the reasons I'm a tapper. I am too. I get it. But it's something you gotta learn not to do. Because in these kind of situations, sometimes you'll get hit by stuff, sometimes you'll whiff stuff, whatever. Neutral guard will not block attacks. So I think if I just wait it out here in neutral guard, you see how if I neutral guard, just like and I don't hit this button, how I block that, right? But the thing is, it's because we're in this animation where we're putting away the rocket launcher and the game is like, you're in the middle of an animation and you're not blocking, so therefore that's why this hits. See, because we're recovering from that animation. We have to hold back to block while in that animation. That's true for like everything in this game. Every single animation, you do not naturally block during it. You have to not be in any animation whatsoever for neutral block to work. And that means that when you do a move like this, where like it whiffs, or if the opponent hits you or something that puts you in an animation, like here, for example, we're in an animation, so we're not going to be blocking if we neutral block. We have to hold back. We can't be backdashing. We just can't do it. We're opening ourselves up to getting hit by so many things. And in fact, I'm pretty sure, depending on the frames here, not quite. It's like a frame off from that happening, but yeah, actually, that was the exact frame where it worked, just because of how the 3 frames of neutral guard. But if we held off the back button, the 2 would have also launched us. That's the point I'm trying to make. Yeah, good punish. Unfortunate drop, but good punish regardless. That was good. Yeah, and again, we have to be mindful right here, right? Second time, boop, boop. And yeah, we tried neutral guarding, we pressed forward after the first low, which, you know, I understand, because Leroy can choose to go, hold on, how do you do it? I think it's just 3 plus 4. No? Why is he still doing the input? Hold on. It is just that. Okay. Hold on. Oh my god. But I'm pretty sure that Leroy can go in the Hermit off this. That's the point I'm trying to make. So I understand why he can't go in the Hermit. What? I don't know what move I'm thinking of then. Maybe I'm thinking of back 4. Whatever the case. That's the second time we got hit by that, right? Hi, perfect punish. Hello, hello, welcome in. So again, what do we know going into this next round? This Leroy loves doing the from crouch 4-2 for some reason. He always hits buttons. He can't stop not hitting buttons. And he loves to parry. So, like, there are a couple of ways that we can deal with that. That was good. That was a good punish. Again, we got hit by that again. We were trying the hop kick after the first low. He also always kind of does this, like, down jab. And guess whether it's on hit or block, he does this into the from crouch low. So, you know, we could just counter hit him out of it. Oh my god, man. This fucking controller. Right, we could do something like that. Notation for that low. From crouch down forward 4. Yep, full combo. Of course, he's going to do something when running in. And then, yeah, again, we got hit by the low mid. Boop. Yeah. So, don't mind me giving up. It was over. Yeah, so, I mean, the main thing is that, is the whole thing guaranteed? Only on counter hit, and it doesn't launch on counter hit. Yeah, the low into the mid is only guaranteed on counter hit, and it's not launching on counter hit. It only launches if only the second hit connects, I'm pretty sure. That's how everything in Tekken 8 is, and if it launches on counter hit, then it's the only move like that in the game that does, because they changed every other one. So it is weird regardless, though, that it's the launcher. Because they changed all of those from Tekken 7 into Tekken 8. Ah, he gets the up forward 3+4 string after. Okay, thank you. But yeah, I mean, there are a couple of things that are going on here, right? So, obviously, the first thing is him hitting a lot of buttons. So, what's something that we can do to, like, prevent that? So if we go, let's go to this situation. Boop, boop. If we're like here, right? And we know that this Leroy is just going to hit a bunch of buttons. Oh my god, dude, this controller is going to be the death of me. But he's eventually going to whiff. Right? He's eventually going to do something dumb. He's going to whiff. Kind of like how we got that punish before. And when that happens, that's our opportunity to be able to hit him. He's not really doing anything scary. A lot of what we're getting hit by is because we're getting counter hit, or this situation is happening where he's doing that from crouch move, and then we're just like eating the second hit. Wow, that is just a launcher on counter. That is... Why is Leroy the only character in the game that still kept that from Tekken 7? This character is so busted. This character is fucking ridiculous. And the Leroy players are doing their damnedest to keep the propaganda in check. But yeah, like, you see how he whiffs, like, the 1+2 here? Boop, 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 boop. See how he tried hitting a button there for the counter hit? See how he did the wall rising too here, right? So a lot of this is just patience, you know? A lot of this is just... Yeah, you can block it, but it's natural and counter hit launcher, which is so stupid. Because every other move like that from Tekken 7, they changed in Tekken 8, so it's not a launcher. Everyone, except for Leroy's for some reason. And so, yeah, again, more stuff like this, too, because we know he's going to run up, hit a button. So, like, yeah, just Power Crush. And, you know, Power Crush would also be a pretty decent option regardless. Like here as well, you know what else we can do here? Not that. We can, I'm trying to get to, like, counter hit grab. Yeah, there you go. Stuff like that. Stuff like more of this, you know? More of, like, our counter hit tools, because I know we didn't block this here, but just for the sake of example. But because this Leroy is just throwing out grabs and he's throwing out moves with reckless abandon, using our counter hit tools to be able to counter that would help a lot. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be happy either with this. This is Leroy is... He's grumpy. But yeah, and then just avoiding getting hit by that too is really important. Just duck the third hit of the 4-hit counter at launch or fucking string. Yeah, just know. You should just know. Put this man to a fucking nursing home, right? And then, yeah, we just got hit by that a second time, and then that was the end of it. But yeah, I mean, like, we like, the front crouch down forward 4-1. We just have to be aware of that in the mid. We ended up losing the third round just because he hit us with that move twice. So, you know, that's a whole thing. But the other two rounds, it's like what I'm saying, like, use more of your counter hit tools when you got people hitting buttons. Wait for them to whiff like an idiot and then launch them. You and I both know that this Leroy's just like hitting buttons and that he's just doing stuff. And because of that, I wouldn't say that it's easy necessarily to punish that, because especially when we're in the middle of a game, it's very easy to get lost in what's going on and not see the gaps. But when you do see the gaps, it becomes very obvious how to deal with it, right? And how to counter it. So that's what I'd say. Just more patience, more counter hit, more small Tekken stuff. Make sure we're blocking the dumb strings. And yeah, and I think you would have been good. It's just, you know, like, and it especially doesn't help that you see Leroy once every 7 years. So yeah. I love 2-1-2-1 so much. I love that the third and fourth hit can be delayed by half a second each. I do too. And then the last hit is a counter hit launcher if you punish after ducking the high late. So fun, engaging gameplay. All right. What the hell did I do here with... I fucked something up with one of these cells. Hold on. One second. I messed something up. Oh, it was Cherry. I think I accidentally hid Cherry. Or did Cherry... No, Cherry's still in here. Yeah, sorry about that. I guess, like, my spreadsheet messed up or something, and I accidentally hid Cherry from the list. I haven't seen Cherry in the chat, at least, so I didn't skip over them, but yeah. Sorry. But Leroy's weak to sidestep. They, like, the Leroy players also say sidestep 3+4 is a bad move when it's, like, the best move in the game. So, would someone fuck her at least after her? No one would believe you. She's OD. No. Sin, I agree with you 100%. I think that Leroy is... I think that Leroy in this game is like Fog in Tekken 7, where he's secretly top tier, but no one's playing him and paying any attention to him, especially because you're not seeing him in tournament. But one person, one pro is going to pick up Leroy, like maybe in season 3 or something, and then everyone's going to be playing him. I'm telling you, that Leroy is ridiculous. I'm very tempted to play Leroy to GOD actually, just to prove a point with how strong he is. I think Leroy's very good. Redman's there already, he just doesn't travel. Yeah. You don't really see any people playing Leroy at like Combo Breaker or Evil or anything like that, I guess is what I mean. And that's what a lot of people pay attention to. Okay, so we're gonna do roll call again. Because we got through that last round. So looking for Snowfox, Haru, Love, Abai, Cherry, Hollow, Dubd, Squiddy, Latino Will, Jester, Gramajo, Markley, and Vogue. I know I've seen Markley and Vogue in the chat. So I'll highlight those two. If there's no one else that I called out that is in the chat, Markley will be up and then Vogue will be on deck. That's a long list. It is, but it's actually pretty short compared to the last couple months. All right.
I want to get smothered by Elise's jiggly.
It's shorter by
lady
like
pillows.
2. It's actually 3 because more DM'd me this morning and told me to remove him from the list. So yeah. One second here. All right, I am not seeing anyone. I'm actually going to take a second before I get into the next 2 here and take a break. I need to refill my water. So I'll be back in just a minute. Markley, you'll be up. Let me know what game you want me to watch. I'll throw up your Tekken ID as well so I don't forget. And then Vogue, you'll be on deck. I do have the game that you asked for in Discord recorded, so you don't have to worry about that, unless there's a game that you've played since the update that you want me to watch instead. But I have the game recorded, so we can do that. So yeah. Anyway, I'll be back in a couple minutes. When's the next coaching, Seth? Let me get a date for you. October 1st. It'll be October 1st. 3 weeks from now. All right. We'll be back in just a minute. So I'm back. I'm gonna do something crazy because I can do this since my webcam's off. I am going to stand. It's before my anniversary. It's a definite no. Damn. I don't know yet. Feel there's some good ones in there. Most of those I understand why I lost and what to do. Like the Steves, King, or fucking Kuma. The I-10G Clev, but I just can't deal with lost bullshit around 15, 16. Once it gets going, I'm just overwhelmed and don't know how to get away from him. Okay, we can do that. I don't know what that person said, but nice shot, Lissetto. I'm just gonna assume they said something stupid. It is nice though that that happens less now with the whatchamahoojits. Subscriber only on. All right, can't deal with laws' bullshit, huh? Let's try it.
You shall make a fine sacrifice.
Ugh. All right. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, that is launch. That is, I mean, we tried doing electric and just got it wrong, so it's no big deal. Yeah, down back 4. Spring kick. So yeah, I mean, what I normally do here against Lars when he drops a combo like this is toe kick. Because that's always going to be a punish. He can't do the airborne move fast enough, so that's always going to be a punish. And being more back here against Lars is a bit better because he can't do as much from long range. So, was not prepared to launch. No, that's understandable. I get you. So here as well, while running 1, you can sidestep left. And if you want to avoid the homing move, sidestep left up. You don't have to eat this. It also avoids the low, by the way. It does, the sidestep left also does avoid the low, so you don't have to guess. So if you think that he's going to do the low, you just sidestep left anyway, because it leaves you open to less stuff. Sidestep left leaves you open to the power crush depending on the character, and I think that's it. It's character dependent, but generally it just leaves you open to the power crush, which of course you get hit by anyway if you duck. So if you think that they're gonna do the low after that, you always sidestep left. Always. There are only, I think, 3 characters where you can't sidestep left. One of them I know is Clive. I think Elisa can't either for some reason. I don't remember the other ones. But yeah, Reyna can. That's the point. Just for anyone else that wants to know. Oh, Lars can't. Lars can't sidestep left his own stupid ass move. Down forward 1, house sweep. Yeah. So this is one where we can interrupt with like a down forward 1 or something. We can even interrupt with down forward 2. Like, the thing is here, the mix-up in this case is if he does power crush. But because he's -5, we can jab. The problem with jabbing is if he does the low at high crushes on frame 1. So, like, that's the problem with that. So we down jab. And down jab beats... He has a low crushing move, right? In that stance. God, I can't remember. It's so hard to remember all of Lars' stuff. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that if Lars does that, goes into stance, and then does some other bullshit, then you can just, like, you can interrupt him pretty easily. But you do also have to be careful what you do, because if you don't know what you're doing, then Lars can launch you for trying to counter him. But if you just do a simple, like, down forward 1, like, it loses the power crush, but whatever. Same with like down forward too, you know, like it loses the power crush, but if he does literally anything, you launch him, and he can't block in the stance, so if he goes into the stance, he's committed. So yeah. And he also can't hit confirm into the stance, so he always has to commit to the mix-up, and that's what gives you that. Yeah. For some reason, you can't step here. Yeah, that's why I couldn't remember. But yeah, you can do all of that stuff. Okay. Down 2. Yep, second hit there is a high. Yeah, I mean, that's just... We all know how that move is. There's not really a lot that you can do there. Quad 4-2 into 3. Nice. Gotta make sure we're getting those follow-ups. Boop. Low. I like doing the down, because I was about to say I like doing the down forward 1, because I think based on how this Lars is playing, very high probabilities he does down back 4 here, and he ended up doing that as the very next thing when we tried doing the low afterwards. So like a big thing I've noticed as well in this round, and I'm gonna go back to the last round to show this too, is that we have a lot of the time where when this Lars is on defense, he is just getting his ass handed to him, right? The way that we're layering our offense and the way he's dealing with it is doing a lot of damage. He's getting locked down. There's not a lot that he can do. But what's getting him out of it, when we do a high like this or something and he does something like down back 4, right? And then he gets in and then boom. And then we lose the round from here, right? So that same kind of thing happened in the last round as well, where when we get our pressure going, then he's just like, he's screwed. But he just does like 1 down back 4 or 1-2-1 or something, and then all of a sudden, like, we're stuck in the blender. And a lot of the time we're getting counted because we're trying to find those gaps, but we're just pressing at the wrong times. So, you know, like here, we just wait it out. Oops, that was supposed to be a fast down forward 1. Sorry, again, controller. Right, we just need to wait for those gaps. Anyway, yeah, next round. So that same thing happens here too. Do the down forward 1, we go in the house sweep, all of this stuff, and it's like, it's all good. But then he does that down back 4, and it's like, well, now what? But it's not all lost, right? Because we just need to find that one opportunity to start doing that again, and then he loses. Boop, boop, boop. Lidia's the problem, by the way. Yep. So there you go. And again, this is one of those things like what we were talking about where this is one of those points where you can interrupt, right? Right, down forward 2. Down forward 1. He goes low here, does it again, down forward 1. We just need to know where those gaps are, right? And so we try power crushing through, but obviously power crush isn't necessarily like the right answer here. And oops. Oops. Our power crush is fast enough to go through the 2. Okay. But yeah. Yeah, and again, I would be really careful about doing that there because of his tendency to do down back 4, right? And if he does down back 4, what happens after that? Right? So that's why we gotta be really mindful of that situation. Maybe even do like a down jab or another down forward 1. Like, we're doing a good job of playing small Tekken, but there you go, right? He got that 1 hit and then heat smash and then boom. So, I mean, the main thing is just after like the while rising too, you know, going in the stance and understanding how to interrupt that stance bullshit. Most of the time, in fact, no, all of the time, except for dynamic entry 3. When Lars does a move to go in the stance, usually that kind of dynamic on block that I'm showing you where you can like down forward 1 check him or something is always true. almost always true. Off of the while running one, again, sidestep left, it just option selects everything. The thing you gotta be really careful of is like how his high crushing and low crushing works with his jumping moves and his low out silent entry, because that's a -12 counter hit low launcher. That high crush is on frame 1, by the way, now in season 2. Very fun. But yeah, besides that, it's like when it comes to our offense as well, we're layering it well. But the issue becomes when Laws does down back 4 or something, then that same thing we're doing to him, now he's doing to us, and we're having just as hard of a time getting out of it. And so some of that does come from the stance stuff and the Laws stuff. But I also think some of it doesn't come from that necessarily. I think that there is some of it that's coming from us being very overzealous in our punishment. Like when we ducked the first hit of 2-1 and then we tried punishing and then the mid hits us and it's like, great. So we duck under a jab and we're like, oh yeah, I'm going to kill this guy. And then we end up getting clipped and then it just becomes a perpetual cycle, right? And obviously I don't know the exact reasons why, but I would assume part of the reason why we're so overzealous and getting that punishment is because we don't know how to deal with the stance stuff. And so we're kind of scared of it, right? Like if we block 2-1 and he goes down into stance, I don't know how to deal with it. So I'm just going to make sure that I get this punish so I don't have to deal with it at all. But that ends up causing more of a problem. So yeah, it makes the whole thing a bit tough, right? But just the main thing with the matchup, understanding how to interrupt the stance stuff, knowing that you can interrupt the stance stuff on block. I'd say that the go-to option most of the time for interrupting it is down jab. Because that's not going to get you launched, you know? Like, it could get interrupted by a couple of things, but it's not going to get you launched. And yeah, besides that, down forward one checks are really good. Saw you could launch him as well. And just, again, remember that he has to commit to going in the stance whenever he goes into his stance stuff. So, yeah. Anyway. That helps. Hi, Snowfox. Hello, welcome in. Alright, Vogue's up next. Vogue has a recorded game. So, let me set that up real quick. Give me a moment. Gotta find it first. I think I remember for Vogue, I actually recorded 2 games from him because I think the first game needed the second game for extra, like, context because the first game just went by too quickly. So. Alright, here we go. I don't remember if I wanted to make it so I only showed the second game or if I showed both of them. I honestly don't know. But I know I had 2 games and I remember it was important to show both of them, so, or at least the second one, so I'll just show both of them. Let me mute this. And let me do this. And we're gonna do roll call again after this game. That is so quiet. It's unbelievable.
Your nightmare has begun.
Max volume. Boop, boop. There's a whiff. Yaha. I'm vaguely remembering what this game was about and what I wanted to point out, but not quite. I'm I'm probably going to have to watch this whole thing again to remember, because I remember that there was one thing, but it's been so long, I can't quite remember. Oh yeah, I remember. I was really trying the game with back turn 1+2. So here, okay, I remember what it was. This Claudio is so button happy. That's what it was. This Claudio is like the most button happy character I have ever seen in my entire life. Look how much this guy's hitting buttons, right? 2-1-2 right at the beginning, -13. Power crush afterwards. There's the Wild Rising 4, and he's still hitting buttons, right? He whiffs there, he hits a button after that, he hits a button there, he hits a button there, he hits a button there, it whiffs. Hits a button there, hits a button there, hits a button there. So we have to play around that, because with how much this Claudio is hitting buttons, he's just getting himself killed, you know? I mean, that's a high, we need to duck that. But immediate heat smash after the heat burst. And so there are a couple of things that we can think about because of that. One of those things is that it's not going to sidestep, you know, like after the heat burst situation, if he's just hitting buttons over and over and over again, this guy's not going to sidestep anything. And also because of that, a lot of Lily's good counter hit tools would work well here as well. Forward 4. Forward 1+2, right? Those kind of things would do a lot against this Claudio, especially like at round start range. You know, if you forward 4 here with how this Claudio is playing, that would probably do a lot. Like right here, you know? If you forward 4 there when he's trying to do the wild running 2, forward 4 there as well, right? Even forward 1+2, that would help a ton. But again, this Claudio is like, look at this. Buttons, he just whiffs hop kick for no reason. Buttons, right? He's +6. You can interrupt that, by the way. The way that you beat this, the way you beat this move, you can sidestep the second hit, or you can, like, I think even jab interrupt it. There's a big interrupt window on this. Yeah, so right there, you can interrupt that. But yeah, then he just goes grab, hits a gnaw button while staying on the ground. That was good. Nice combo. Boop. There's the donkey kick. Do Oki. Go for the low. Nice. Nice heat smash. I would have just done Wall Rising 4 there, personally, because I assume he would hit a button. But then again, like, look here. You know? Look right out here. When we're out here, if we just do keep out, you know? Just do keep out. Like, we don't even have to hit him at this range, because what is he going to do? We're going to do, like, forward 4, and then he's going to whiff hop kick, and then cool, we're in the exact same situation as we are right now anyway. So that's what we need to focus on. And also, like, ducking as well, because this Claudio is just, like, while running too. And I like that we tried doing the down forward 3+4 here, because it's kind of what I'm saying. But, yeah, it just ends up being... that ends up happening. So he's going to hit a button here again, of course. He hits a gnaw button. He does hop kick after whiffing the low. He hits a gnaw button. He hits a gnaw button, right? Button. And if we go back here and we just wait, like, with how much this guy is just hitting on everything on his controller, you know, he goes here. If we block here, we duck that high, he gets launched. So moving on. Shockingly, he's not hitting buttons, but there's the now with buttons. There's the 1-2. He punishes that. Sidestep 4. More buttons. Nice sidestep. We can down jab there as well, by the way. More buttons. Yeah, that's not going to work. Toe kick here. But again, he hit buttons while we're on the ground, just while running 2 again. Another high string. There's hop kick. He hits a button anyway, even though he's -13. Like, this is stuff I expect to see at low rank Tekken, you know? Just while running 2 again. It's just like, he just doesn't stop. It never ends. And so I'm gonna open up the one now. Because again, I remember distinctly that it was important to watch the second one.
Your nightmare
But again, like more counter hit stuff, right? If we like do grab, you know, the back one as well on counter hit, also a good move. But even if we just counter hit grab him, like, what's he going to do here? Step guarding here would also be a good idea to do. There you go, counter hit grab, right? More of that stuff. There's the jab. Again, he's just hitting buttons. He's just hitting buttons. And if we grab there, right, that's going to be guaranteed. That's another thing that we can do as well. Yep, that's the full charge one. He's going to get wall splat here. Boop, boop, boop. He chooses the heat dash, which is just ridiculous, but ends up working. And then, yeah, on wake up, again, what does he do? He hits buttons. We should have done a wake up kick to punish him there. So, yep, while running one. Hop kick. Morning, Snow Fox. Sidestep four, sidestep four. Again, we're just hitting buttons the while running two. More back threes, more back threes. He just doesn't stop hitting buttons. He never stops hitting buttons. And again, like, what would work here? Grab, forward one plus two. Even a nice little down forward one would help a lot. Just a mid check because he's crouching so much, right? There you go. He hit more buttons. He's crouching. Block that low. Claudio loves buttons. It's true. He loves the corduroy bear. Down forward one. Yep, and again, he ducked, right? So that's what I'm talking about before, is that with how much he's ducking, we need to be doing more mids. And again, that complements the counter hit strategy very well, because our counter hit tools, unlike a lot of characters, are mids with Lily. So again, we're just waiting for him to do something stupid. Nice combo. And that one counter hit goes a long way. Drop the combo, but it's fine. Again, the hitting button thing, it will become a redeem one day. It's true. So saying hitting button should be remixed into a song. Oh my god. So there you go. Nice. Get the follow-up. Nice. This is the low. Yep, while running two again. Every single time. That was good. That was really good positioning for the down forward 3+4. I didn't rage out there because I thought it didn't kill, but I checked later and it did. Yeah, I mean, and that's fair. I think that if you don't think rage out's going to kill, keeping the wall position is better. But yeah, see, heat smash mid. He just keeps crouching for no reason. Hitting buttons. Nice Matterhorn. Boop, boop, boop. That's good. Yep, see? And now we're playing more small Tekken and high crushing, and that's beating his button presses. Notice how he just did Wild Rising 4 after Heat Burst. Like I said before, he's not going to sidestep or anything. He's just going to do shit. He didn't even launch that. He didn't even punish it. There's the Heat Smash. Good stuff. Again, mids here would help a lot. And yeah, because we did the low. But like, and again, it's important to reiterate, like, why are we doing lows, right? What's one of the reasons for doing lows? And it's to get the opponent to crouch. If they're already crouching, then there's not really much of a reason for us to do the lows. That was good. We need to, like, there's not much of a reason to do the lows. We need to just start doing the mids more. And again, it complements the counter hit thing. But, yeah, I mean, and you saw in that second game how it's like, when we're doing more of the mids, when we're doing more jabs and faster stuff, that he just dies. And I think that's the most important thing about that, is that, like, even though that Claudio is TGS, and I don't remember what you said in Discord, I'll have to reread it here real quick, but even though that guy is TGS, like, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but the way that he plays neutral and stuff is what you would expect from someone who's purple rank, right? And so that's like one of the reasons why it's important to get experience against those players, so that when you do have someone that's higher rank that's doing stuff like that, or around your rank or whatever, you know how to deal with it. But also just recognizing that a rank doesn't indicate playstyle, right? A rank doesn't indicate like what the opponent's going to do, if they're going to play smart, if they're going to play, quote, real honest Tekken. That guy played the sloppiest, weirdest, dumbass Tekken I've ever seen. But it worked. And I think a big reason why it works is because people aren't expecting it at those ranks. And so when you come across players like that, situations like that, you just need to revert back to basics and be like, I'm playing against the Mighty Ruler, so let me just hit the buttons like I'm playing against the Mighty Ruler. And so again, like fishing for counter hits, doing counter hit grabs, stuff like that, instead of focusing on playing like the high level Tekken game and playing against that Claudio like he's a TGS. You just need to play against him like he's a purple rank. He's just gonna whiff random shit. He's gonna flowchart the while running too. He's gonna do hop kick or punishable moves for no reason. And so I just gotta sit back and punish him and let him die. And that's more what we did game 2, and that's why I ended up winning. I think I was also getting scared of doing forward 4 because it was constantly sidestepping and sometimes even launching my pokes. Gotcha. So I don't remember what move it is with Lily then. In that case, that's better for sidestepping. But here's what I'll say though. If you're doing forward 4 at long range, that Claudio isn't going to sidestep and launch punish it. At least I don't think so. Based on how he was playing and everything, I don't think that there's a chance in hell, if you're using that out of like range 2 or range 3 for keep out, that he's going to sidestep that and launch it. And if you're using it for keep out instead of a poke, he's never going to punish that thing. Never. What 3-star homing statement? Yeah, but it's too close range. And you don't want to use something. And this is what I'm saying. You don't want to use something that slow because it's what, 22 frames? He is not sidestepping in a way where you should be that worried about it to use forward 3 and that move's going to get you killed because he's never giving you the opportunity to do a move that slow. Never. So it's not even something to consider. Down forward 3 plus 4 is a lot better of an option for that situation than forward 3. Just because it has more range. But yeah. Anyway. That's pretty much what I got. The main takeaway was like, you know, that Claudio's hitting a ton of buttons. And just recognizing that situation and knowing how to deal with that, which is mainly just like use our counter hit moves, use our fast mins, use our down forward 1, use forward 4, play more small Tekken, and just do fast things to interrupt him hitting buttons and make sure that we're whiff punishing and punishing the hop kick and stuff like that. So yeah. All right, we're going to roll call again. I don't think anyone that's on the list right now is here, but oh no, Snow Fox is here. Snow Fox, you'll be up next. How do people sign up for this? I feel like a vulture. Join the Discord, !Discord. And in the events channel, we'll have a thread for next time we do this, which will be October 1st. You just throw your Tekken ID in there. That's it. I'm going to put up the thread at the end of this stream. And then you have until like the end of the month to be able to put your Tekken ID in there. And that's it. Estes beat his JoJo ass. Exactly. Beat his ass. Okay, so Snow Fox is here. I'm gonna do roll call for everyone else. We got Haru, Love, Abide, Cherry, Hollow, Dubdy, Squiddy, Latino Will, Jester, and Gramajo. Anyone that I call out here right now, please let me know. Ugh. Since it's JoJo, I feel the twist. All right, and Snowfox, regardless, you'll be up next since you're at the top of the list. So is there any specific game you want me to look at? Yes, which one will it be? The Leo game right here at the top. Try to assume you only review ranked games? Nope. Anything. I don't even play ranked. So, anything goes. Oh, good. I stopped playing ranked. Understandable. Oh, no. It was a demotion? Shit. Okay. Yep, this is the counter hit. Boop, boop, boop. Ends up dropping. That's fine. Just playing the neutral out. That was a good forward too. Gotta stay away from the wall here, right? Look at a position to the wall. See, one thing we gotta be really mindful of as well. Like, let's say that... This is just an example. Let's say we do this, right? Let's say we try doing 2-1. He crushes under and then gets combo. Now our back's to the wall. And that's really tough. So when we're in a situation like this, obviously the forward 2 here works, but this is one of the reasons why we have to be really mindful of movement, because if we end up getting clipped or hit by one of these things, then we're kind of screwed, right? We kind of lose the round off of that. It's very weird that if you want infinite rematches to get matchup experience, ranked is the one mode you can't do that in. Yep, I agree. It's really stupid. Yep, that was good. Yep, that second hit's a high. So a lot of the time when you... I mean, it depends, right? It depends from character to character. But you... With lows that have mid/high follow-ups, you either have two of them. You either have the high that you can duck on a hit and launch, like Leo's here. See? Or you have a low mid, and the mid is at least -12. The only exception is Elisa for some reason. Elisa's stupid. And I guess we're wrong in a couple, but yeah. Okay, caught him ducking. Yeah. Yeah, nothing really to complain about there. That was good. Do have to be careful of the hop kick on round start, though. So something I'm going to ask here. Why do the hop kick? Right? When we're at round start, why do the hop kick? Because even if this hits, what are we getting combo-wise? You know, like, what are we really getting out of the hop kick that justifies it when the opponent has so many more things that they can do to counter it than get hit by it, if that makes sense? What I mean by that, how does the Leo get hit by that? If they do 16, well, I guess 15 frame, depending on the move. 16 frame is slow move. If they do a jab, if they do a down forward 1, that beats it. If they sidestep like this, that beats it and they launch you. If they block, it's -13 and they punish you. So the only way that it hits is if they either crouch at round start, which there's no reason to do that. No one's ever going to do that. If they do a really slow move at round start, which could happen, or if they hold forward, which isn't going to happen. So that's what I mean. Like, why do this? Because now that's what's put us in this situation, and now 1 second into the round, we're already at a huge disadvantage. Thankfully, Leo drops the combo, but that can get very out of control very quickly. Sometimes I do when the opponent is aggressive at round stop, but yeah, it's very risk. Sure. And that falls into the category of them doing a slow move at round stop. Like if Leo did the -12 low launcher. I don't know the input because it's a weird input. It's like down 2 + 3 or something. But you know what I mean. If they do that, sure. But if they're not, then we're just putting ourselves in an awful situation for no reason. Harada blesses that hop kick and it beats jabs. Stop playing Yoshi or Claudio. Okay, go for that again. Nice punish on the jab. Sidestep in the side grab, good stuff. I think you can actually forward 4 here if they wake up. Not quite. No, I might be thinking of a different character then, my bad. But yeah, we can't, like, on wake up, of all the things, do 1 + 2. Because it's -14. So again, we're in a commanding position, and we do this and just throw it away. And why? For the heat engager? Like, at this point, it is objectively bad to do hop kick. Why is it objectively bad to do hop kick? Because it wins the round in this scenario, right? If they had more health, then okay, like 1 + 2 hop kick, whatever. But in this scenario, hop kick will kill him. 1 + 2 doesn't. And it's -13, not -14. Hop kick was a misinput. It was supposed to sidestep into neutral 4, not hop kick. Okay, that makes a lot more sense then. Fair enough. That was a good duck and the sidewalk. And again, we gotta duck that, right? Can't attack into it. There's that. What do we do after? Sidestep in the heat smash. I like that. And then, yeah. End up blocking the low. And, you know, that's just a 50-50, right? Not going to go too much into the intricacies of blocking a house sweep versus a mid that would kill him, like the 3, right? And just no real point. Yeah, you have to be really careful here. The only reason this worked is because Leo delayed this for some reason, but if Leo does, like, this, then you just get counter hit launched. 1 + 2 is not a good buy. I mean, you can see it's a +9 on block. Sure. And what do we do here? Why do we get hit by this? I'm trying the low parry. So, here's another thing I'm going to challenge you on, too. Heat Smash here. We talked about this before, right? Where we're using Heat Smash and we're not preserving it. We were talking about more before in combos, but here we're talking about it in neutral. Because we do this, and it's like, okay, we're +9. We get to run up. We get to do, like, an electric or something. And now that's it. And now, all of a sudden, like, what happens with the Leo, you know? Now the Leo can do a whole manner, and I don't know how to actually do the low heat smash. But the Leo can do so many things now to be able to, like, keep up this pressure. And, oh yeah, Leo can do this. Can do something like that, then run up and then heat smash. You know, like, Leo just has so many ways to be able to control neutral for so long now, and we have no way to be able to retaliate because we've just used our heat on this. So what's something that we can do instead? Like here? Oops. We could just electric, you know? 2-1, like, try bringing him to the wall, and sorry, it's tough with this controller. And now you see how that's a much different situation because we've pushed his back to the wall, right? Much different situation when we're doing a heat smash there, because now our plus frames are more meaningful. Because when we hit a move afterwards, after the heat smash, now it wall splats, right? It's not just some little poke and then, like, the turn ends or anything. We can continue our offense with electrics. We can try it mixing up with mids, and if those mids hit, then wall splat. And then we get full combo. So yeah, that's where we do that. So, again. Like, if we do that, right? And now, look, he's whiffed. so that we can punish afterwards. Again, sorry that my control is broken, so I can't do like a proper punish with electric or anything. But you get the point, right? That just puts us in such a better position. And while that's all going on too, Leo's losing more and more of their heat. So now we might see exactly what I'm talking about here because of the hop kick. And I don't agree with doing heat dash because you can just get the combo here anyway. But this is still an example, right? Now Leo gets more use out of their heat. You don't have heat anymore when you wake up to be able to retaliate and try turning it around or get your great health back. So now this situation is just like, how do you win this? Especially when Leo has the install for wake up. So on wake up here, oops, my bad. So I'm just gonna block this just for example. But now Leo can just do this. And now what do we do? Oh, he actually just kind of did that, except he didn't do the follow-up with the thing because I don't know why. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. Right, and that all came because he still had his heat left and we just like didn't have any real options anymore. Yep, sidestep heat smash. And again, it's the same thing, right? We sidestep heat smash here, and we end up winning this round, so it's fine. But it's like we do this as soon as we have heat, and it's like, now what? You know, I guess we do get to the wall, but now it's like, oops, sorry. I want to take control of Leo. But now it's like if we do this, just gonna duck this for example. I obviously don't know how to play Leo, but you see how he can so quickly turn this situation around in Leo's favor. Hi, love. How's the stream? It's going all right. I'm pretty tired, though. Hope you're doing well, though. Welcome in. And so here's another thing, too. Right, this is obviously launch punishable. I don't know what the combo is. Oh, right, we do, I'm doing the Tekken 7 combo. Let's just do it like this. So we don't need to do full combo here. Oh, right, I'm sorry, I need to hit 2 buttons. So we just do this, and then here, oops, getting control broken. And now we're in heat. We get the combo damage. And, oh, right, I remember. We can do like this. Wow, that's whiffing. Maybe I need to sidestep. Sidestep the all way? Ah, whatever. You get the point. We get the combo, we get heat burst, and even though we only have a pixel left, you know, we get one more launch, we have Rage Out, we have Heat Dash, and all of this stuff, and even though it's winning in the short term, in the long term, if the Leo plays it right, it can be devastating. That's what I'm trying to get at. Thank you for the max damage combos, Akil. I'm not gonna go through the time to do it, though, because it's not, like, important, but thank you. Are you Italian? I'm not, no. Wake up kick. The grab. Yep, there's the counter hit. At the wall. Plus frames. And again, I just don't think that the Leo's playing it very well, to be honest with you. Like, the Leo here. And again, I'm doing this to emphasize the importance of heat. So I need to go a little bit further here. Boop, boop. But, like, if Leo does this, and then... What is it? It's forward 4. See? Something like that, and then you're just dead. And there's nothing you can do about that either. So that's from Boston. Yeah, I am from Boston. It is true. Yep, that is 100% accurate. But yeah, you see how we go from being at like half health to 0 so quickly off of something that isn't even optimal because I don't know how to play Leo. That's why preserving the heat is so important. So yep, we get plus frames. And yeah, that's plus on block into the launcher. So you can't press into here. You have to either duck the high. See, it's +4. Or you can power crush through. Hi, Turbo. Hello, welcome in. Yeah, exactly. It's the soft serve because Leo has insane wall game and stuff. So yeah, I think that, like, one big thing is how we're using heat. And again, we talked about this in combos, and you've done a good job of changing up your combos based on that. I think that thinking about heat more neutral too, instead of just using heat smash, would help a lot. And it's mostly about how you position yourself and prepare yourself to use that heat smash in a more optimal way that can do more damage, and using its existence to threaten the opponent a little bit more. Along with heat dash and stuff, right? Covering your other options. Yeah, and then, like, the other things, too, is just, like, when we're doing the up forward 1 and stuff that's super punchable, the 1+2 in particular, just gotta hold off on doing that stuff. Because, again, when you start getting players that know how to punish that and aren't hitting buttons as much, you're gonna hit a giant wall. Because they're gonna start ducking those highs, they're gonna start punishing that 1+2, and then you're gonna feel stuck because a lot of your game plan and a lot of the your go-to moves just don't work all of a sudden. It's like, what the hell do I do? So look at some other moves to use instead of those as well. And preserve your heat a little bit more so you can get more out of your heat smash and your heat dash. Leo's hidden top 10. I think there are 23 characters that are hidden top 10s. But yeah, anyway, hope that helps. All right, roll call again. Love is here. Love, you will be next. Let me know if there's any specific game you want me to look at. Otherwise, I'm still looking for Haru, Abide, Cherry, Hollow, Dub D, Squiddy, Latino Will, Jester, and Gramajo. Any of you here? How many times have +9 knee in the mix-up that goes into even more mix-up in the safe mid-launcher with stupid knockback? Into guaranteed wall follow-up, into some of the most broken Oki in the game. Thanks for the coaching. Yeah, of course. And take a second to look through a couple of replays. Yeah, absolutely. I'm at the World Championship in Vegas right now for weightlifting. I live tomorrow. Good luck. That's awesome. Hell yeah. Good fucking luck, man. That's huge. Thanks for the coach. I try not to spam 4-4 more often. Yeah. No worries. It's why Leo was dumb. You can't even stay on the floor either to take the pressure off. Yep. Hate that guy. Is that Fakimram named Mash? That's very funny. I'm not looking at the list, by the way. I'm just scrolling through so Love can look and let me know. Best coaching advice, don't use your face to block a punch. True. Coach me, Sasu, you have to submit. You have to submit your Tekken ID in the Discord. I looked over and saw that Raven game. I feel like the Raven game would be a good one to look at. Do I submit to Lidia? I can't even have a PNG on the screen.
I want to get stepped on by Lidia too.
Okay. Now you take it into a different direction. That's what I mean. I'll let you select one I can't choose. All right, I'll do that Raven game.
You'll never see it coming.
I'll do that Raven game because yeah, you guys played 4 games and he won most of them. Let's do it. It's calling to me. Actually, let's do this one because the album was a one and done, and we'll just do the last one in the first set. Coach me senpai. Oh my god, stop.
Your nightmare has begun. Fight!
So yeah, immediately this is one where you don't see it very often, but you can power crush through. I'm so tilted by Raven. Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, this string you power crush through. It's really annoying, but that's how you beat it. That's so sad that wall splat, but it is what it is. Gotta roll here, do that. Yeah, so when he does this, this is -9 for some reason. -9 mid heat engager, that wall splats. This is one of the dumbest moves in the game. But yeah, you have to be really mindful because it's not punishable. Obviously, guaranteed follow-up. This is the low. You didn't even try blocking it, which is hilarious. So that's not going to work. Yeah, that's a 1 break. Raven does have a throw game. And then, yeah, same string as before, right? Again, -9. Yeah, so, like, when he does just this by itself, -4. And so what's tricky about this is that Raven has an 8-frame move from back turn. See? 8-frame move from back turn. So if you try jabbing, well, not jabbing. If you try down forward oneing Raven, back turn 1-4 will actually beat that even though he's -4. It's really dumb. So down jab is one of your better options for this. But the thing is that Raven has options to be able to beat literally anything. Like, 4 beats down jab. And it's a -5 on block heat engager. So it's just like no matter what, you're kind of screwed. So a lot of what you have to think about and consider here is like positioning, right? So Raven has power crush from back turn and he has jab. Those are going to beat down forward 1. But if your back's not to the wall, then like if 1-4 hits you, then it, like neutral just resets. And if he's throwing that stuff out, it's high, you conduct the second hit and launch him. So, with down jab as well, you know, like heat engager is something you have to consider. You can sidestep it, you can power crush through it, although a lot of time Raven's not going to do that. But you can also jab him out of it, you know? And so, like, there's a lot you have to consider in this situation, but also just remember that if you're, like, doing stuff, then Raven can't do a whole lot, right? So, like, if I sidestep walk left, that's just going to avoid a lot of things, including that. If I sidestep block, Raven can't really do a whole lot. So it's one of those things, like many things in this game, where you have your generic options. You have like power crush, jab, down jab, sidestep for defense, and understanding that Raven has these options, right? Low crush heat engager, high wall splatting 8-frame back turn move, the power crush from back turn.
and how you play around this stuff, right? But if and also how Raven's playing, because if Raven's only doing like the 16 frame movie, he's not doing any of that slower stuff, then I mean we could just do this, right? As an idea, right? So yeah, and that goes for most things that put Raven in back turn too. I was fighting and listening to you and coaching. It helped me beat that exact layout. Oh, hell yeah. I was fighting him as you started coaching me. Oh, that's awesome. Glad to hear it. Hell yeah. I'm glad it helped. Probably too late, but I just remembered this Oscar streamer I faced and wanted coaching on that one. So if it's too late, it's fine. No, it's no worries. What game was it? You have a specific one you wanted to look at? I'm fine with switching. We're only into the first round anyway. Do not do down forward one the first time, then after I Sabaki. It always works. And I hate how accurate that statement is of it always works. But you're not wrong. It's game 11. Okay, sure. Yeah, let's switch gears. This one? All right. There's no one on deck anyway, so I'm fine with taking a little bit more time. Especially if this is the game you wanted from the beginning anyway. They rely on the 8-frame jab too much. It is a ridiculous move, to be fair. Struggling with Oscar offense, gotcha. I'll try focusing on that then. Oh, we went for it. Good attempt. Okay, so couple of things here. So when Oscar doesn't have the install and does this, the second hit is minus 13, which means it's very likely that Oscar isn't going to do the second hit. The other thing as well, though, that you might not know, you can power crush through the second hit when you block the first hit. So when she does this, you can power crush like that. And if she tries going into crouch like that... Whoa, wait. Hello? Oh, sorry. Where was it where that happened? Hold on. Now I'm very confused. Because you should be able to power crush through this. Yeah, there you go. I just did it late, I guess. But yeah, you can power crush through. So, if you have an Oscar that's laying on that offense, especially if they don't have install, and you don't know if they're like going to finish it or they're going to cancel into crouch or whatever, if they cancel, then they're probably going to hit a button anyway. So power crush just deals with all of that. If you just block it and block it without install, minus 13. And you can still power crush through it while she has install. When she has install, though, the only difference is that you can't parry it, but you place the Phoenix, so it doesn't matter. Not even gonna sound biased as fuck, but I prefer how Lisetto plays Asuka. Problem with Asuka offense is that she can just launch you safely from any position. True. So yeah, and then here, right? So we're taking all of this offense, you know, it's a lot to deal with, but we need to find an opportunity to get away from this wall and back away from Asuka, and that's right here. See? It's right here. That's going to give us the opportunity to get away, because what's Asuka's biggest weakness? Asuka's biggest weakness is range, right? Asuka's biggest weakness is playing from anywhere that's not right in your face. She doesn't have many tools for that. So that's what we should be looking at, just getting away from this wall, creating a situation where we can choose to move more, we can choose to back up from stuff. That's going to make it harder for her. So yeah, and then that's minus 11. That was a great whiff punish. See, and I guess this is exactly what I'm saying, right? Because this is what I was trying to demonstrate. And look, she whiffs here. Excellent whiff punish. But this also just demonstrates that when Asuka's at range, like, this is how you get out of her offense, is just backing away from her, creating the opportunity to be able to back away from her, and then punishing her. That's good. Plus frames. Yep, the can there. Yeah, and then again with these cancels, right? So another thing too, when Asuka's doing this charge move, a lot of the time what you can do, what I do personally, when I notice that they cancel like this, so let's go back here, is I'll just react with Power Crush. Because that's a 26 frame move. So as soon as I see them like cancel the move in the crouch, my reaction is just Power Crush. And it's especially good with Zafina because Zafina can make it safe, right? So even if the Asuka blocks this here, then we're not getting punished for it, which is really huge. So yeah, again, right here. So she does this, plus on block. And then as soon as we see, wow, that's so weird. But as soon as we see her not do that and do the charge move, we can react to it with Power Crush. Because remember too, this is a 26 frame move. Remember that Power Crush is technically a 7 frame move, right? Because the armor starts on frame 7. So when you're using it specifically to react to and counter a move, it is by effect a 7 frame move. So when we're reacting to the cancel and we know that when she cancels it, she's going to go for the charge move, we can very easily react to that with Power Crush. And on top of that as well, you know, if we're playing Zafina, it's another thing we can do if we have a hard read, right? Is we can do our other Power Crush if we know for a fact that she's going to do the charge move afterwards, and we're not at risk of getting launched because we don't think that she's just going to cancel into nothing. Asuka really likes the front crouch mix-up. Yep. Yeah, and that's another thing, too. What's a little bit tricky about this is if she uses from crouch down forward 1, obviously that's going to punish the Power Crush. But this Asuka's not doing that. So it's not something that you have to worry about too much. Thanks for the info. Yeah, no problem. So that was good. That was good. That was good. Yeah, nice comeback. Yeah, so for this one, after this first one, gotta, oops. Oh my God. Yeah, we tried whiff punishing here, and I will never understand why this advances like 1 frame for no reason. But, we have to low parry. It's the only way really to beat that. Well, obviously a low crushing move, but Zafina doesn't have a ton of those. So then there's that. And then, yeah, for the Oki here, what you do here, if you know, obviously, if you know that she's going to do that, is Power Crush. That's how you beat that. You can also sidestep. That's another option. So if they're doing like the low, that's an option. But of course, there's so many moves that are going the track because you are minus 19. That is a little bit risky. But if you see her in crouch, then she'd have to commit to like wall rising 1-4 or something, right? Which is a high you can duck it. So yeah, I'm just so scared of contesting her. Yeah, and you have to. That's the main takeaway, is that you have to. Yep, good stop. That was really good. Boop. Oki does that. Yeah, so here, has a low. Another thing as well, you can do that. Now, the problem is you don't have punch parry. Normally, you can punch parry this. It's like the way that you beat this. But otherwise, yeah, you just have to block. And it looks like you were like a frame off of blocking it. So it's just online. If it was offline, you would have blocked it. This Asuka's doing a lot of Snake Edge. This Asuka is like the premier online warrior. But yeah, good sidestep. I was just about to say sidestepping here would be like a very valuable option. And what I would say here, instead of doing the launcher, is to do this, right? Just because of the wall presence, you know. I swear I was trying to block those snake. No, you were like a frame or two off. It was 100% the online. If this was offline, or even if it was a frame less delay, then you would have blocked them. Do while standing 1+2 too. That's also true, yeah. Yep, good down 3. I would also say, again, important to not to get away from the wall here. Oh, sorry, did I say -13? I thought this was -13. It's -11. I could have sworn it was 13. But regardless, yeah, that's punishable when she's not an install. And yeah, this is what I mean when it, like, you have to get away from the wall, because now look at this. Now it's like, how do we deal with this? That was a great dunk from her. But now we're just in such a bad position, because even though we're trying to get out of the wall, we're still in the wall. You know what I mean? So, like, where this all kind of started is here. And if we were just like, Jesus. But if we were just like out here instead of using our heat, then that's like how we get out of this, you know? But because we did heat burst, that let the Oscar just run up, and now it's like, oh, we're in the corner. Uh-oh. And now we're kind of screwed. A forward 1-2 is a dumb fucking string. I agree. I think everyone agrees, including like every Oscar player. And see, what I would do here personally in this situation too with Zafina is this, right? And it's not just be like in like, and I know it seems like, well, in hindsight, because she crouched, that's not what I'm saying. She's not giving indicators that she's going to, but it's because it's plus. And your heat smash is, of course, minus on block, right? So if we do the forward 1+2, that's, again, helping us get out of the corner. And if she ducks, obviously gets launcher. But the thing is, when we do heat smash, we're assuming that they're going like hit a button or sidestep or something. They do can, which is -8. And you're already in the corner, so like, what reason do they have to ever sidestep here? And the answer is they don't have a reason. So using something with a little bit more pushback to help alleviate that corner pressure, I think would have personally been a little bit better. And of course, this does do that, but it doesn't give us our plus frame, so now we're still stuck kind of guessing what's going to happen. So yeah, good try there. The can. Yep, that's all good. We saw a parry, so that's something to think about. Technically, heat smash is +3, but the pushback is so far. I get what you mean. Yeah, sorry. I guess I should say it just resets neutral, but you know what I mean. My frames and everything are all messed up today. But yeah, that was a really good round. I think going back here again, he like crouches at something. Or he did back four to try counter hitting or whatever. That was a great punish. And yeah, he's just dead. Oof. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, I mean, nothing to complain about right now. Offense is really good. Okay, so when you sidestep the first hit of can, it's -14. This is also true against June. See, -14. If only the first hit hits and the second hit whiffs, -14 on block. It's so important to remember, and this is consistent. So always remember that. Even though it seems like, oh, you can't sidestep can, you can. And when you do, the punish is huge, right? Especially with her back being so well. Like, I'm pretty sure if you knew this, you just win the round here. I think. Because you get the wall splat, right? Yeah, you just get that, and then they die. I obviously don't know what the optimal combo is, but between that and the Oki with you being in heat at full health, they just lost there. So really important though. Again, it's the same with June too. Thought was safe since the first hit looked like counter hit. If it counter hits, you get launched. Like even with the sidestep, hold on. If I can time this right. See, you get launched. It'll realign. So, if it doesn't launch you, it didn't counter hit. And if you sidestepped and it didn't launch you, that means she's minus 14. Because the second hit is very linear. The first hit has a lot of tracking, but the second hit is super linear. So if you hit the sidestep button, your ass didn't get launched, she is minus 14. Almost every single time. Yep, there's that. And then, yeah, this wall splat's to the left, so that's something you gotta be really careful of here, too. And that's sort of what she's aiming for. Yeah, again, wall splat's to the left. It's my fault then. No, you just didn't know. And that's fine. I mean, I don't think anyone really knows. Most people don't. I only learned that when I was labbing to play against Kingdray. Yeah, and it's unfortunate because she was just able to, like, use that pressure and, just, like, enforce continuous mix-ups off of there, and it was really hard to deal with that. Asuka's doing the spin there at the wall like that fucking toe kicker. Yes, thank you for pointing that out. I forgot to mention that, but I did want to say that. Yeah, if she's doing the spin, toe kick your ass. Now, she does have ways to be able to stop the toe kick, but most of the time, toe kick's gonna work really well here. Now, the thing is, when we're here, if we toe kick, you see how that whiffs and now we're back turn? So here we'd have to, like, get the read and then wake up kick, but that's going to be your best bet. But yeah, this is a massive trap. And then, yeah, same here, right? So even though she gets guaranteed follow-up, if she doesn't do it, just toe kick. And now neutral's reset. But yeah, then everything else that she did here, combo, stay on the ground, makes sense. That just hit us because we tried waking up. Nice try at the low kick, and then, yeah, it's just heat smash. So, yeah, I mean, I hope that helped y'all with some stuff with the Asuka matchup. Front crouch move, you can power crush it. Obviously, there are risks if you do that, but if they're just doing that charge move over and over again, then you can. And you can react to it, too. Like, most of the time, I just react to them doing the donkey kick, and I power crush it. And that works. You have, it's hard, but you have a decent amount of time to do it. The up forward 1-2 stuff, of course. But, yeah. Obviously, a lot of it was Asuka matchup specific stuff. I hope I helped with that. Not much more I can really say on it, so. Yeah. In my head, I swore she was going to cancel the unblockable the second time. I was being so dumb. Well, I mean, and here's the thing, too. A lot of the time, they will cancel the unblockable and do, like, what, down forward 3, I think it is, whatever that mid is that hits you on the ground. If they do that, then it's like, it's fine. Then you just wake up. Like, okay. She didn't do the guaranteed follow-up to try doing the mix-up that combos, to which we stay on the ground. She does the follow-up anyway. You know, it's like, all right, well, no big deal. Oof. Yes, you did. Thanks again, Seth. I appreciate you greatly. Yeah, of course. No problem. Hope it's helpful. Now I wonder if I can option select the Asuka full charge from crouch down forward 1 if I do forward 30 plus 4 to go in the stance, then do 2 for armor. Might not have enough time to. I might be able to can. Yeah, I mean, assuming there's enough time, but the problem is, of course, that they can just delay the from crouch down forward 1, you know? So So if they do that, then it doesn't really work. But if they don't delay it, then theoretically, yeah, it should option select. Still hate Asuka though. All right, gonna do another roll call. I don't think anyone that's on the list right now is here, but I'll do roll call anyway. We got Haru, Abai, Cherry, Hollow, Dubdy, Squiddy, Tina Will, Jester, and Gramajo. Anyone here? Too many games where I win 2/3 of the life bar by doing full charge forward, or by doing 4-3 full charge tornado up 1+2 3 times in a row. Oh, disgusting. All right, I'm not seeing anyone I called in the chat. Try and think of a plan here. Oh, yeah. So, I think I can just go down the list in order. I know that Haru, hi, Sport Skater. I'm not new to Tekken, but I'm new to Lidia. Which of your videos would you recommend I start in order to learn her? I think that the best video to start with would probably be... Ooh, it's a really tough one. I think it really depends on, like, where you're already at with her fundamentally. What things you need to work on, what things you want to learn with her. It really depends. I would say generally, the best video to start with would probably be the stance one. And the reason why is because so much of her offense revolves around that stuff, and it's very difficult to understand at a base level because it's so different than what almost any other character in the game is doing with, like, stance and neutral and offensive pressure and all of that stuff. So I would say that. I think it's the video that's titled, like, Everyone is Playing Lidia Wrong or something like that. Look at that. Because that video, I think it does a really good job going into detail on the theory behind Lidia's offense, a lot of the core fundamental things, and how to think about and approach the character in that regard. And I think that'll help you start on the right foot with her and have a good understanding of, like, what to think about in the future as you learn her. That would be my recommendation. I really need to get around to making, like, a full 4-hour-long video, like, compiling everything I've talked about in all my Lidia videos into one video. But yeah, that's what I would start with. That's what I would recommend. Do it on stream and then give timestamp on Discord. Yeah, that's gonna be the idea, especially because it's only been 3 hours and I'm gonna have to do these anyway. So okay, I think what I'll do... Thanks for the advice. I find it so interesting, but it was too intimidating to pick her up. Yeah, if you find that she is intimidating to pick up, I highly recommend watching one of the videos about her stances. And again, off the top of my head, I've made so many videos, it's kind of hard to keep track of all of them. I know I have 2 videos on her stances. I think it's the one talking about how everyone's playing Lidia wrong is the one that is probably the most informative in that regard. But I know that I have another video on stands as well that might also be a good one to watch, but I don't remember fully because it was a couple of months ago. But yeah, if you're feeling intimidated, that's why I would recommend it'll help break down everything and hopefully give you more of an understanding on how to approach all of that stuff. I'm already knowing the times. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's about to make a playlist with short tutorial videos. I don't believe in that. Okay, I'm still trying to think of what to do. Again, we got Haru, Abai, Cherry, Hollow, Dubdy, Squiddy, Latina Will Jester, and Gramajo. I don't know who to do. I think I should just do Haru. Because last time, listen, this is a boy at Card Wolf thing. Last time they said, I'll tell you what game. And then they came in the chat and said, pick any game. So I'm going to assume Haru, he would just do the same thing. So he's first on the list. I'm just going to do Haru. Hi, Zozo. Sozo, hello. I'm playing Tekken 8. Any Leo tips? Like playing as Leo or against Leo? If playing against Leo, sidestep right's your best friend. Leo's a whole lot of bullshit. If Leo goes into stance, yeah, against first. If Leo goes into stance, then Power Crush is really important. So, like, if Leo does Wild Running 3 into stance, then Power Crush beats every single one of the mids. If Leo does, like, back 1-4 into stance, even though Leo's +9, Power Crush beats the hop kick and the mid that goes into the mid-mid heat engager, or the mid-high that's plus in the stance, which, again, you can Power Crush through. It loses, and you get counter hit launched if Leo does 2 or 4, but Power Crush is still an option there. A lot of Leo stuff you have to sidestep right. Other general things with Leo. Leo has a lot of moves that look like they're mids, but they're highs. Like, Leo has Wild Rising, I think, 1-3-2 or 1-4-2. It's mid-low-high. It looks like mid-low-mid, but it's mid-low-high. Oh, sorry, no, I'm thinking of the wrong move. It's not the mid-low. It's like the, it's mid-mid-high. Whatever the case. Has a move like that that looks like it's a mid, but is actually a high. It's very hard to give general Leo tips because Leo's just kind of disgusting. Nothing with Leo. Whenever Leo knocks you on the ground, you always have to get up. You always have to tech roll because Leo has moves that will tailspin you for staying on the ground. It's disgusting. Side right beats all of his moves. So is Leo. For me, or are they? As Leo, what's the optimal neutral tools? Obviously back 1-4. Back 1-4, you have to sidestep it left, but most people aren't going to do that, and that just kind of locks you down. While running 3 in the stance, if the opponent tries power crushing, you're not forced in the stance, so you can just block it or sidestep it or whatever, and you're still +6. So you could do, like, while running 3 into down 4, for example, and that would counter hit. I think it's back 1 +4, the low-high string, or not the low-high string, but the low-high move, is only -12 on block and will launch Power Crush specifically. And on normal counter hit, it gives Heat Engager guaranteed. So that's really good. Core Circle forward 2-1 is also pretty good. I think it's core circle forward 1 or 2, whatever the low is a pretty decent low poke. Obviously, house sweep is decent. Forward 2 is good as well because it gives the install. What else? What else? Back 3 is pretty decent as well. The back 3 string when you have install. Currently, Noah's fundamentals. My best combo is 55 damage and 60 on super. I think I can beat most people, but people who know Leo well can stop me at the moment. The thing is that Leo's a very tricky matchup, and most people don't know how to play against Leo. So it's really hard. Hi, Jolter. How have you been? I've been all right. How about you? I have the webcam off, obviously, because I'm not feeling great, but I'm doing okay. Hope you're doing well. So it's hard to get experience and understand how to play Leo against people that know the matchup well, because almost no one knows. So you just have to take those games where you're playing against someone that knows the matchup well and take that as a valuable learning experience for yourself, because those players are a dime a dozen. Not a dime a dozen. Sorry, like a dozen a dime. Whatever the opposite of that saying is. You see them very rarely. So when you see them, it's very valuable when you see those players, and you have to really experiment with stuff to figure out what does and doesn't work against them. Needle in the haystack. That's a bad way to say it. But yeah, I'm not a Leo player, so I don't know a whole lot about Leo. But that's what I know with my limited understanding. Yeah, because they'll make you say ouch when you find them. I'm well, my man. I faced the Be a God Destruction Yoshi last night. Hell yeah. To be honest, they weren't really that good. Oh. It doesn't help. I have a general idea that I have a general idea how to deal with Yoshi. Yoshi's not one of those characters I'm talking about, like with Leo, where like even at God of Destruction, so many Yoshis are so used to playing against people that don't know how to duck 2-2. Hey, we'll just throw that shit out, and as soon as they duck in and get launched, they blue screen. They just freeze and don't know what to do. All right. So yeah, like I said, I'm just gonna do Haru, because Haru's gonna show up and be like, yeah, just pick any game. So nope, stop. What do we got here? Oh, yeah, yeah. There's a lot of games against that Kazuya. Oh, this could be a good one. 3-0 twice against this Heihachi. Sure, let's do it. This seems like a really good game to look at.
You shall make a fine sacrifice.
Okay. Let's see what there is to see here. It's a 1-1. Nice. That was a good Sabaki. So important to know as well, even though this is a read just for the matchup specifically. Down forward 1 option selects here. Oh, Jesus. Oh my God, man. My damn controller. Yeah, down forward 1 option selects here. It option selects everything except for the mid power crush. And that's obviously minus 13. Jesus Christ. So yeah. And where this is important to point out too is that if you do this and Heihachi does this, then Heihachi gets full combo. So that's where the risk is when you do the Sabaki. But still, good read. Just think it's important to point out. Nice combo. Yep. +3. Yeah, and then here I think it's really important to just utilize that wall and stop Heihachi from getting out of it.
So, like, when we're here, and we are... Oops. And we're +3 after this. Like, forward 1 +2 is a pretty good button. Obviously, if we do down forward 1, that also works. And then if we want to be a little bit cautious of, like, the down jab like before, then sidestep, you know? Like, that is obviously another option that we can use. Hi, Mozamin. Hello, welcome in. I would say you could watch the set, but I also need to have my code and stuff and probably wait for next time. Yeah, next time. But thankfully, there's not going to be an update before the next coaching session because the next update is when Armor King releases, which is the middle of October. So, if you submit your Tekken ID for the next time, then we'll definitely be able to watch that game. It won't get deleted. How do you deal with the Lidia charge move where it's a mid-punch that goes in heaven and earth, specifically against the Lidia that mixes up the timing? Okay, so if Lidia doesn't charge it at all, it's only +1 in the heaven and earth, which means that down jab is a true punish. And besides that, as long as she doesn't do the power crush or just hold the stance, then you have a 11 frame interrupt window. If they do it after heat engager, you can just launch them with literally anything. Like, even the fast charge version, you can interrupt with a 22 frame move or faster. So if you have a read, you can just hit him with anything. And because of that, you can also kind of react to it too. Just because it's telegraphed after that. But otherwise, it's just sidewalk. You know, if you just sidewalk, that also avoids it. But if they charge it up halfway, then it's +10, and you can't interrupt it. Probably want you to see the game I lost, though, so I know I could do better. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously up to you. You jinx it now. It's going to be some game-breaking tech found in an emergency patch before Armor King. I wouldn't even be surprised at this point. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, let's go back here. What I was talking about here. So do this. Down jab. Cool. Backing up. And, you know, the other thing is, too, that's important to talk about is that we do this. We wait patiently, which is good. Wait for this down jab and then just do nothing with that. We instead of doing anything, we backdash. Why? You know, I mean, if we immediately sidestep 4 after that, instead of backing up and then doing it, obviously connects. We could also go low here. If they do that, then, you know, we get, well, I mean, that's not going to punish, but you know what I mean. That would punish, but yeah. Just the heat, sidestep, twin pistons. Twin pistons launch punishable, by the way. So yeah, now we've just like lost the wall, right? So we block this, and then with our +9 again, what are we doing? Backdashing. And that's obviously really bad. Because now we get hit by heat smash while we're +9. So there's the low. Nice block. Launch punishable. Good break. Yeah. Heihachi gets a mix up here after this throw break because it's 0 back turn. Yeah. So like jab loses here. You can down jab though from back turn, and that'll beat it. Yeah, and then he power crushed again. So going into the next round, you gotta be really mindful of like the Heihachi doing power crush and the punish moves like twin pistons and stuff. There are a lot of opportunities for you to be able to punish the Heihachi. So that drops mid wake up kick. Yeah, so here, matchup specific thing. Oh my god, is this not going to work because of the shitty wall? Oh my god, it's not. That is... That's terrible. See, you can normally stop that, but because of the wall,
For some reason, being in proximity to June, it tracks. It's homing. God, this game sucks. People play this game for money, by the way. Yeah, excellent duck there. Boop, boop. So now now that we have this situation, we have to take advantage of it to be able to win this round. We have to use everything that we can here to try taking advantage of this. We go plus, and then, ah, shit. I accidentally hit the button, but then this is why I was trying to get at. We take those plus frames, and we don't do anything with it. So let's get back to where we were. Here, boop, boop. We go here. We do this. Plus frames, and then we could do something like this. And then whatever the combo is, I don't know the June combo, right? But then we can just get so much off of that, and but we just don't. And that one down jab cost us, even though we were +4. What's the music that's playing? I love it. Have to look at the jukebox again. It's June's like Tekken 2 song, but I think it's the one from Tag 2. I'll look at the jukebox in a second. And again, look, we're just backing up, not whiff punishing, backing up, not whiff punishing. We try going for something there, but now again, it's just like, we're just holding the back button for no reason. We get launched. Full combo. Boop. 88. Now we have to deal with the Oki. Yeah, and then he ducks under that. And we're just not taking that opportunity to do anything very constructive. And then, yeah, this launches here. So, the good thing is with June, though. What is it? It's that. Okay. See, we get full combo off that, actually. If we block the second hit because we're playing June. Again, I don't know what the combo is here. Oh, I guess it is just like... What was it forward for? Oh no, my controller fucked up again. God damn it. See, like we get full combo there, and that brings us back into this game. But yeah, so like my general advice for this is that we like weren't using our frame advantage at all, and that let the Heihachi be able to continue his offense for no reason. And it meant that when we win neutral, we just immediately lose neutral, which is obviously no good. So we have to think about, like, when we have control of neutral, when we have these plus unblocked situations, or we hit him or whatever, how are we taking advantage of that? First round, when Heihachi whiffed the down jab, or when we block the down jabs, we have to take advantage of that, right? We can't just let Heihachi use the tool to try to win neutral, fail, and then have him win neutral anyway, because then what are we doing? Now we're just losing neutral by breathing, and that's not good. We don't win games by doing that. So we can't be just backdashing when we have frame advantage. We can't just be doing nothing. When we have the frame advantage, we have to be using it. We have to be taking advantage of it. We have to be hitting the Heihachi and punishing him for not winning neutral. And if we were doing that, we probably would have won. But because we were just backdashing a lot and holding back and not doing anything productive and not punishing the Heihachi for doing these things, this is why we lost. Because we just, even when we were winning neutral and we had commanding positions, we just immediately threw it away. And that's why the Heihachi won 3-0. These aren't games we should have lost, but we ended up losing them just because we were backdashing and we were playing passively for no reason. So yeah, that is my main takeaway from this, is that we just need to like stop backdashing, stop holding back, and when we use these moves that give us plus frames, we need to continue that frame advantage. Here you go, love. That's the song. How do I get replay reviewed? I gotta join a Discord, !Discord. We do coaching on the first Wednesday of every month. At the end of the previous coaching stream, which will be at the end of this stream, I put up a thread in the Discord. All you do is submit your Tekken ID to that thread. Before it closes, which is the Sunday before the coaching, and you'll be in. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. All right. I can definitely do a couple more. I think I can get through this entire list today, to be honest. Hochi, are you playing right? Nope, I'm doing coaching today. I'll lurk, then play some Tekken myself. Sounds good. I also can't play online right now because my controller is so messed up. Like, I can't do down forward inputs because I don't get down forward inputs and core circle forward inputs, like motion inputs, 25% of the time I tried doing them. So I need to figure out what's wrong with the controller and fix that first before I can play games anymore, which probably means swapping out the membrane in my old controller to the new one. Which is going to take time and something I'm going to have to do off stream. So, yeah, I can't even play online right now if I wanted to. But as soon as I get the whole controller thing figured out and fixed, yeah, I'll probably go and play in ranked and get to God of Destruction 1 or something, but I'm red ranked, Lidia. Well, hey, always remember, there's still some people out there that are yellow rank Lydias. You know what I mean? You're doing good, man. Okay, I gotta run to the restroom real quick. I'll be back. How many have I gotten through? I've gotten through 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I didn't know. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've gotten through more than half. It's because of my region. Oh. Damn. Yeah. I've seen that. I know how that is. I beat Tetsu in a mirror. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I know how that is. Like, I know people in Africa have problems. I know if you're in like on like an island nation, like in Guam. I'm from Nepal. Oh boy. Yeah, I can see how that's rough. And be safe, man. I know that like stuff is happening like today in that region. Be safe. I can only play season. Yeah, man, like Nepal is like I mean, like the thing is Nepal being in the middle of China and India. You would kind of think that maybe you could get games online from players over there, but at the same time, it's still like, who's playing Tekken in Nepal? Yeah, I saw that earlier. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. Again, be safe. I hope that yeah, I hope it doesn't, like, it's like, I want to say I hope everything's fine and it doesn't get too out of control, but Jesus Christ. 4 people, yeah, I believe it. Indian, Pakistani friends, I play with them. Yeah, that makes sense. Some people with fighting games, they'll have it rough, and I feel for you guys. I really do. Like, I've seen the Hawaii Tekken community, and oh my god, that is just woof. That is bad. Like, Guam's pretty bad too, but Guam has a quite a few really good players, and they have an active scene. The Hawaii Tekken community, oh my god, that is just sad. You're on an island in the middle of nowhere, and no one there. There's no scene. Like you sometimes have locals that happen in Hawaii, but there are not really any good players in Hawaii. It's crazy. So yeah, I feel for you guys that are out there and just kind of in the middle of like nowhere in terms of Tekken. Madagascar also has a good scene. Yeah, I like the Madagascar scene. I'm shocked by. And it's interesting too because as far as I understand it with Africa, like there are only 3 places in Africa where you can play Tekken, and it's South Africa, Madagascar, and like the very northern, like the northern part of Egypt, so that you can play with people in Europe, or like the northwest part of Africa, so you can play with people in Italy and stuff. But if you're not in any of those places, like if you're around like the DRC or something, you are screwed. There's nothing. What's going on in the Nepal region? Like riots, prisoner breaks. It's anarchy. It's a mess. Yeah, I don't want to get too into it because obviously political stuff, but it's bad. Yeah, Chia said it best. The entire government just toppled in 40 hours. Yep, that's a pretty apt way to put it. Okay, let me go. Let me take my break. Let me go run to the restroom real quick. I'll be back, and I think I'm just gonna go through this in order. So we'll just do a bye next, and then go from there until I can't anymore. Back in a sec. I'm back. Told you it'd be quick. Ugh. Ow. All right. So let's just go with, again, we're just gonna go in order now. So I'm gonna do a buy, and I'm just gonna do as many of these as I can before I collapse. So I'm guessing we'll be able to do like 3 or 4 at least, and then we'll just see if I can finish it all up in one stream. That'd be nice. I'm probably gonna try to do that. Ah, shit. Hold on. Let me double check. Probably like a capitalization problem or something. Damn it, Abai!
since the update.
Nope, you got it right, Lissetto. He hasn't played since the update. So a buy is buy next. I'm just gonna highlight that yellow for myself. Maybe I can record later. I'm gonna eat BRB. Hope you have a good meal. I'm getting kind of hungry too. Even reacted with the tick thing, letting them know to get some games done. Well, they have failed. All right, so I know Cherry got the promo and everything. I don't know if they wanted... Did she say anything about wanting to look at, any specific game? Didn't she promote? There's nothing on the thread. Yeah, I know that she mentioned it in the chat. I don't think she said anything about wanting to look at it or anything. That's a lot of games, my god. I'm tempted to just look at the most recent game, to be honest with you. You know what? Let's do this. Let's look at the one right after the promo. How about that? Because this is where she was like, I guess, fresh, and she was doing really well. And this was like the Tekken King game, and in classic Tekken King fashion, it's like, boop. Now it gets a lot harder. So let's do it. Hi, Sort. It's cool to see you streaming. Hope you're having an amazing day. Ah, thank you. I hope you are too. What's Sesujin mean? I just know that, I just know what Jin means. My name. It's Sesujin, like Mokujin. It's a play on words. Didn't say anything about any of the games. Well, thank you for checking. I appreciate it. It's the meaning of Sesujin. Just my name, Seth. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Okay, yeah, well, I mean, went for the Wall Rising 2. It makes sense. Go for the 4, back 1. That was fantastic. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say with combo structure, right? So whatever combo that we do here, what I'm going to say is that we want to break the balcony. In fact, I think we can do this. Yeah. We want to break the balcony before the screw. Of course, it's going to be stubborn with me. Wow, that's actually insane. This isn't how I would have done the combos, so that's why I'm like, God, man. I might actually have to change the combo so that I can get this wall. Because I don't know how I'm going to be able to do this like this. Whoa, that's weird. Okay, I'm gonna change the combo just to make it easy for the example here. But when it comes to, like, combo theory, right? We break the wall here, and then boop, here. Oh, it drops. But the point is that we save the screw until we break the wall so that we can get to the other wall after the balcony break. And it does like the same damage. So, boop, boop, boop. Break the wall here. I think yeah, we have to do it like this. And the combo ends up going on for too long. But you see how when we get here, we can convert to the wall, and then it will be really tricky to be able to get that follow-up. But you can see that the damage is fairly similar, but we're saving all of our resources in the screw and everything until the balcony break. So we're getting the balcony break, and we're getting all of that while keeping the wall. And then also, obviously, we have the floor, so now with our Oki, we can utilize that as well. It's an excellent name. Thank you. Appreciate that. See, yeah, because see, he went down to 106. When the replay ended while we were doing that combo, I was at like 111 or something. So when we end up finishing the combo, the damage is like the same. But obviously the situation's bad because we have the wall, right? Along with heat. So yeah, we gotta be careful here now with the whiffs. So we do that. And we run in while running 1. And then down 2. So one thing that you gotta be really careful of with while running 1 is the pushback on it makes it so that, like, even if we do down back 3 here, you see how that whiffs? So the pushback is so great that we have to really, like, run in to be able to do anything. We could, like, core circle forward 4 if they try sidestepping. But you can see, like, at tip range, even that's a little bit finicky. So we have to be really careful of that. Yep, that's how you spell it. That's how you spell it, Sort. Nice down jab. Down 2. Yeah, again, we have to be really careful of the whiffing, right? Because especially with Dragunovs and heat and with the wall there, if we get caught out with that whiff, then we're just in for a bad time. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I do like the idea here of using the Wild Rising 1, but hold on a sec. I also just got the reference with the outfit. Where are we going here? So right here. So we're running low on time, right? We get here, and then we're like Wild Rising 1 and then 2. What we can do instead, let me advance this a little bit more. So instead, we can do this, and then Wild Rising 1, forward, forward 2. And then this is going to give us a little bit more that we can work with because we have the mental frames, and that's another way that we can get this to work, right? So we're kind of choosing when we do this, like, is the Dragunov going to press into this or not? And if he doesn't, then just doing the 1 while rising 1 with the mental frames is definitely better. If he does, though, we can do this, and even then we can do the 3, you see? Or if we want to do a counter hit string, boop, 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 and you see? Doesn't have time anymore. Of course, that's if he does a really slow move like he did there. It has to be 15 frames or slower because our 2 is 14 frames and was 0 on block. But those are some ways that we could get it to work. And again, if we just do the singular while rising into this, again, a lot of ways to be able to win this round off of that, right? A lot of ways to be able to use those mental frames. And the important thing about all of this too is remember that horse, in terms of your options, is better than cat on block, right? Because cat relies on the opponent doing something slow. Horse, they don't have to. You always have options for whatever they're going to do. This is so cool. I'm learning Tekken. Hell yeah. I honestly can't read. I cannot read the kanji from where I'm at right now. My screen is just way too small. But yeah. Nice forward too. I hit blue ranks for the first time recently. I'm Fuji now. I play Eddie, but I want to learn other characters too. Hell yeah, that's awesome. Congrats. Those are huge rank to get, man. Huge congrats on that. So yeah, again, forward 2 is really good. We have to be mindful as well about like what we choose in this situation, you know, because the 1 is obviously going to be better here if it can wall splat. But we're out of range of it being able to wall splat, which means the 2, when we only have 1 stack, is probably better here. Because if we do the 2, like, look at this situation, you know. This is very difficult to deal with from crouch low mix up, right? That's a lot of damage. We just get more opportunities to be able to do things from there. Yeah, I mean, not really anything to complain about. What I will say, though, you shouldn't do the 1, you should do the 2. And the reason why is because the 1 doesn't do anything over the 2 because you're plus 10, so, like, they can't interrupt it or anything. But the 1's minus 11, the 2 is plus 6, but they both kill. And even if the Dragunov isn't going to, like, die there off of the mid, the 2 is also a launcher, right? The plus 6 13 frame mid is also a launcher because of the wall. They do the same damage. Actually, I'm pretty sure the 2 would actually do more damage than the 1. So just don't use the 1 there. There's no reason to do it. Nice hot kick. Nice conversion as well. Yeah, I'm not gonna say much about like the forward 4-3 because it's pretty hard to use there. It's pretty hard to link it. Yeah, I would have power crushed there. That's crazy that hit the wall. So when we go back here, the question is now, like, how do we deal with this, right? How, like, when we're in this position, what do we do? Little step guards, right? Little step guards. Because even though we're getting hit, we're trying to work our way out of the wall. And it's really hard to deal with that here, but that's going to be our best bet. Also, down jab. The control wasn't broken. That's also a good way to be able to get out of this. Sidestep when we block the jab or step guard. That's going to be our opportunity here to be able to do that. Really bad combo, by the way, but still works. So we have to find those opportunities where we're able to sidestep and get out of this pressure. And like here, that's going to be one of those opportunities if we didn't get hit. I assume that the up back was a misinput. I don't think that we were trying the wall jump because otherwise, like, why wouldn't, if we're gonna wall jump, why wouldn't we hit a button, you know? At least in this particular situation. Yeah, and then here as well, with the matchup, you can power crush through this. There you go. Have to delay it because the frames just, unfortunately, don't line up with Dragunov, so that doesn't trade. But you get the picture. Even with the trade, it gets you out of the wall. And if he hits the low counter hit, then it switches sides, so you get off the wall anyway. Now, obviously, it's not great, but it's not the end of the world. Strafe after jab. Check. It's a good thing to keep in mind, especially with how fast jabs are, of course, right? Because it can be hard to internalize with how fast the game's going and if they're doing jabs, but just keeping that in the back of your mind can help a lot. While rising 1, he did the 1-2. Fair enough. Down forward 2 there. Okay, so one thing that you gotta keep in mind here, right here, you can't hit a button after that. You're -9. I mean, I guess technically you're -1, but your fastest move is 15 frames. Either way, you get what I mean. You can get launched, right? You can't hit a button afterwards. Oh my god, my controller. So be careful of this. Obviously, since the Dragunov didn't hit anything there, it's no big deal. Frankly, I should do that more when people don't hit because they don't know, but still. Gotta be careful of that. And see, what I'm noticing here a lot too, what we're doing is like in situations like this, we're doing down forward 2, or we're doing some sort of slower move. And that's getting us counter hit. And what we're not doing, I don't crouch jab enough, it's good. And that's exactly what I was going to say. What we're not doing is down jab, right? So a lot of these situations where we're getting put in here, where like the Dragunov is plus on block, we can down jab, right? Now, I wouldn't necessarily say down jab here is the best solution because of how where the wall is and everything. I would say it's more so step guard, because then we get something like this. But down jab does work here, and based on how this Dragunov's been playing, if he's been doing faster moves, most of the time he's been doing jabs, and if he hasn't been doing jabs, the moves have been so slow that down jab would interrupt. Now, if you down jab and he does down forward 1, if he does like down forward 1-4, then that's something that would beat this, and it would wall spine, it would kill you. So that's why I say down jab here isn't like the best solution, but it is something to think about because I haven't seen it for the whole game here, but it would help a lot with defense against this Dragunov. A lot. That was unfortunate. But yeah, go back to the previous round as well. So if we go back, hold on. Give it a second. If we go back to that other point where we were on the wall as well in round 3. So right here, boop, go here, boop, +6, down jab, right? Even though, again, it's not the best solution, jab, down jab. See? Down jab. See? Here as well, sorry. Boop. Down jab. See how much that works? It's such a good universal defensive option that is important to internalize that you should use it for defense. And I know when you're playing Tekken, especially if you hear people talking about Tekken or trying to make tutorials or something, they say, don't mash. Those people are stupid. Sometimes you have to, like, down jab is a premier defensive option, and sometimes you have to use it to alleviate pressure. The game is designed for that. So using down jab here is good. And it's by design, because almost every 3D fighting game, except for Tekken up until Tekken 8, it's been the case for them too. Look at Soul Calibur, look at Virtua Fighter, right? They are it's a very important defensive option in Tekken. And so it's important to remember that that exists. So anyway, I hope this helped with defense and stuff. Down jab's a really important one. The step blocking and stuff. Make sure that we're not like committing to these really big, slow moves, especially when the opponent's plus. Try playing with like faster moves. Don't necessarily just go for like the counter hit. Don't go for like go big or go home. As I always say, start small and big. Small into big. Don't just immediately go big because you open yourself up a lot more. If you're doing a lot of smaller stuff and you're utilizing those plus frames and those mental frames, that's what allows you to start doing the bigger stuff. But if like Dragunov does while running 2 and we just immediately do down forward 2, it's, you know, there's not much of a mind game there. The Dragunov just like hits any button and then we die. So, yeah. Anyway, hope that helps. I am going to skip Hollow for now because Hollow said either save it for the second one or skip him. So I'm not quite sure what he wants me to do. So I'm just going to leave Hollow alone for now, and I'm just gonna mark it as such. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. All right, so Dubdy's up next again. It's Dubdy, Squiddy, Latino Will, Jester, and Gramajo are still up. So, oof. If any of them are in chat, you guys gotta let me know. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep going in order. Poke Chop. You know, it's very funny how the first one I see is Poke Chop, but he just won, so probably not going to hope too much. Squiddy hasn't played recently either. Let me take a look at that real quick then before I look at WD. Thank you, Lissetto. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna mark Squiddy then as yellow. Oop. So yeah, that means there's only 4 more then. We have 2 that don't have any games since the last update, and then Hollow messaged me and said, like, confusing stuff. So Latino Will's good. This is great, though. I'm going to be able to get through everyone today. This is huge. Yep, Jester's good. And Gramagil is good. Okay. Hi, Sheikh Zula. How's it going? It's going all right. I'm a bit tired. I'm exhausted. But it's going all right. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, everyone's good, save for a buy in Squiddy. Unfortunate. But it is what it is. It's like, it's not their fault. It's just how it goes with Tekken. I feel it. It's getting to that time of the year too, where just everything's going on because of holidays and stuff, so God, start preparing for that too, oh boy. I don't know if I want to do group match stuff because, like, a lot of the time, like, I'm skipping over the group match stuff, not because I'm saying no to it, but because since he's not here, the problem is that if these are just random for fun games, then they're not good for coaching, right? How do I get coached? You have to be in our Discord. You have to be in our Discord, and then we have a... This might be a good one. We have a thread for coaching that you submit your Tekken ID to. That will pop up at the end of the previous coaching stream, so the end of this stream. This seems like a good one. We can do Raven. Lydia's also a very, like, in my opinion, Raven is Lydia's best matchup. So hopefully this will be a good one for showing, like, anti-Raven stuff and how to approach the matchup with Lidia. Oops. Accidentally went to round 3, my bad. Now I realize you modeled your real name to exist in the Tekken world like Mokujin, Wood Guy, and your Seth Guy. It's a cool name. Thank you. Yeah, that was the idea. You got Mokujin, Tetsujin, Sesujin, Kinjin, whatever. That guy's an idiot anyway. It's authentic towards your love of Tekken. The funny thing is, I'm actually more of a Soul Calibur player than a Tekken player. But it just fits better, I think. It works. Some nice down back 3. Yeah, end up getting floated out of that. It happens. Ends up dropping, which is good. Yeah, so right here, Raven's going to, like, run up and do a whole manner of stuff. You can sidestep here. Sidestep's really good. It's going to beat the forward too. It's going to beat the jab here. In this kind of situation, when Raven's running up at you, sidestep is just so good. I love Soul Calibur. Won our first company tournament in Soul Calibur 6. Oh, that's awesome. Nice. Who'd you play out of curiosity? Not throw Soul Calibur 6 though. Too much ring outs. That is the name. Man, it's funny. I was about to say that's the name of the game, but if you think that I've had my headphones off the entire time, by the way. Oops. If you think Soul Calibur is bad, you should look at Virtua Fighter, man. Ooh. You get rung out on block in Virtua Fighter, and it throws me for a loop every time. Sophidia is cool. I like Sophidia. I think most people like Sophidia. My coworker complained she was overpowered when she was arguably the weakest character upon release. Yeah, she's really good now. But on release, like, Ivy was uncontested the best character in the game. It just... So I switched to Maxi this one. That's hilarious too, because I feel like if you got people that are saying Sophitia is overpowered, then they would cry tears when playing against Maxi. Even though Maxi is like low mid at best. If you playing against someone that thinks Sophitia is ridiculous, then oh boy. Maxi was garbage until they patched and fixed him. I mean, yeah, but if you're playing against people I don't know any better, then basically what I'm saying is I feel like you can cheat wins really well with Maxi, more than Sophidia for sure. If they patched Maxi so he could GI out stance transition, he was god tier. Yeah, Maxi was really good for a time. Only played Soul Calibur super casually. Ring outs were pretty fun. Could imagine it's irritating competitively. No, I think that ring outs competitively are like one of the best things about Soul Calibur. I love ring outs. Ring outs is so cool. The problem is how some of ring outs are balanced. Like how Ivy is balanced with ring outs is stupid. While Rising B should not be a reverse ring out. It's dumb. Song Mina's ring out carry combo with meter is ludicrous. It's so stupid. But I think ring outs are great. I like them. Ring outs are amazing in Soul Calibur 2. There were some stages in Soul Calibur 2 though that were pretty damn annoying with ring outs though, because they were just so small. Yeah, Ivy ring outs in Soul Calibur 6, like, I mean, it's not Hilder in Soul Calibur 4, but relative to everyone else in the game, it feels that way sometimes with how dumb Ivy is in that regard. It's like, oh, Ivy's, you have put Ivy in a position where her back is to the ring. Well, now you have to back up and be in her optimal range, because if she hits you with one funny while rising B that she can just throw out basically for free, you lose. Cool. The ice floor arena in Soul Calibur 2. It's funny, you know what? They still have that in Soul Calibur 6. They even have it in offline versus, but no one's ever really used it. It's a fun idea though. Okay, I'm sorry, Dubdy. I'm getting caught up in talking about Soul Calibur. Yeah, and this is something you have to be really careful of in the Raven matchup as well, because this from crouch launcher is a floor break. So, and this is sort of what Raven sets up for, is like when he does this, the flapjack, and then teleports in the air, this is what he's setting up for. And so how do you deal with this? If the replay would let me take control. What are your thoughts on Raven? I don't like him in this game. I feel like they turned him from a cool, interesting, unique character into more of a generic character that kind of does what everyone else is doing, but with a little bit more flair. Even though there's a lot that's like going on with his moveset and stuff, ultimately all he does is go into stance or go in the back turn and then do a mid or low. That's kind of it. And he just feels kind of samey. Like, he's doing a lot of the same stuff as a lot of other characters. I feel like he's not very unique in this game because the things that were unique about him in previous Tekken games, he still retains in Tekken 8, but they're not as useful in this game's environment. And what they've given to Raven to make up for that is kind of just generic things that most characters in this game have. So I'm not a huge fan of how he's designed. I think he's cool. I think he looks cool. I think he's a cool character, but I don't care about his character design personally. So yeah, the way that you avoid this is you just like stay on the ground. Because if he teleports, shit, I guess if he does that, then it does launch you if you do the wake up kick. But yeah, you can just wait and then let him get that. If you wake up, then you can interrupt this. And chances are he is going to teleport, right? So you can do this down forward 2 and then boom, counter hit launcher. So even though it feels like you shouldn't be doing that, you can just wait, see him teleport, and then boom. Because when he teleports, he doesn't really have that frame advantage anymore. Now, he could do while rising too, and of course that would be a problem. But yeah, that's your option. And then besides that as well, you should be able to sidestep this or sidewalk it, but maybe not. Maybe I'm misremembering. I'm pretty sure you can step this. It might be the wall. I might be misremembering. But yeah. You can also, like, sidestep duck. You have a couple of defensive options, what I'm trying to get at. You all got me watching Soul Calibur ring out quote compilations. Oh, my God. So, yeah, and then again, it's the same thing here, right? So we do back 1 here. And then the idea is that when we do this back 1, we're threatening with that same mix-up. But this is why you wait for the teleport. Because if we just hold back here, then we block the mid and it's no big deal. If we obviously immediately, like, down forward 2 when we wake up, then we get hit, right? If we crouch, we get hit. So we wait for the teleport. Because Raven isn't in crouch. He can't do that from crouch low while he's in stance. He has to do the teleport first, which we can react to, and then do it. We can also just stay on the ground, and if he does this while we stay on the ground, then boom. Like, we just wake up from there. Sorry. Let me do this correctly. Like that, right? So, yeah. Again, couple of defensive options, but this is a very common thing that you'll see Raven players do. Now I want Soul Calibur 7. Hopefully we remove the 12-second video animations. I agree on both fronts. Yeah, and then again, this is a very common setup as well. Because of the range in back turn, a lot of Raven plays will do forward 3+4. So this is another one you should be able to sidestep, but maybe not with the tip range. But either way, you can block this, right? It's -18. It's a slow-ass move. Yeah. But if we just obviously block it, then we're kind of screwed. He doesn't have a lot that can really reach there, though, besides the slide. Hi, LG. You seem to have turned into Lidia? I have. It's only temporary. Don't worry. So there's that. Yep. And then here... This is +4 on block, and so that frame chops into the knee. So here, I know you can sidestep left. The other lows, I'm pretty sure you can, but maybe it's like a frame thing or whatever. This you can. Sidestep left against Raven and back turn is very strong. Besides that, obviously, Power Crush is an option, or you could just take the knee. It's -5. If he does anything after, boom, you get counter hit. He's gonna shut up. I made 1 video. Oh my God. Yeah, and then we just gotta be careful, right? Because we get hit by this, we're -5 and we try jabbing. Not the way to go. Go here. And then again, we try hop kicking. And again, when you're in that situation, sidestep is a pretty good option. And we talked about this a little bit earlier too. But let's go back to... here. Wrong character. See, sidestep right's a very good option here when Raven's at this range, because a lot of his things that he uses for approach from here will lose to sidestep right. I got a question. go for it. I'm scared. Yeah, nice down forward too. Boop, boop. Yep, the forward 2 there is the right thing to do, 100%. Yeah, and then he sidestep left, which, you know, it is what it is. Obviously, right, I'll just reiterate. I'm sure you already know, but I'll more reiterate for the people that are watching here. If we are in this +5 situation, sidestep left beats everything, but what tracks here? Oops, my controller. Down forward 2 tracks here. Sorry, hop kick doesn't track here. Hop kick tracks at like 0. But yeah, down forward 2 tracks here. Delay obviously tracks. That'll also do it. And then yeah, this is a good place for core circle forward 4 as well, since you can input buffer it. Not quite kill, but yeah. I heard that Lidia and Leo are considered linear characters. Do you know what characters are good against sidestep? I think every character is good against sidestep, and I don't think that any character is really that linear. I think that the linearity with characters is really blown out of proportion because a lot of people that play Tekken 8 fall into this pattern of feeling like they always have to be hitting a button because defense is bad in this game when that's not true. And because of that, when you have characters like Lidia or Heihachi that have really good moves that realign, people don't utilize those moves very well, because if you're just hitting buttons with immediate timing all the time instead of delaying your timing and changing up your timing for people that are sidestepping in different situations, then sidestep beats those moves much cleaner than if, say, Jack does down forward 2, right? And I think that leads to a lot of misunderstanding that these characters are linear when they're not. You just have to approach players that are sidestepping differently than you would with other characters that have more moves that track to sidestep. That's my opinion on it. Now, not a lot of people would agree with that, but that's how I feel, and I don't think that Lidia is very linear at all because of that. Because, like, in this situation, you know, if I immediately do... actually, yeah, back 1 was the L move I was thinking of that tracked. But if I immediately do forward 2, you see that whiffs. But if I delay it, you see how it hits. And it hits so hard, it changes sides, right? But again, if I'm playing a character like, again, Jack, because it's just such an easy example to talk about. If he does down forward 2 here, then it's going to track both ways and launch you. So that's what people's perception is on a character being linear versus non-linear. But in reality, it's just that these characters that are considered linear need to take more time and more thought into how they catch an opponent that's sidestepping, but they still have the tools to do it. They are as capable of beating opponents who sidestep a lot as any other character in the game. You just have to approach it differently. That's my thoughts. Thanks for enlightening me. Yeah, of course, no problem. A lot of characters in Tekken 7 didn't have fast moves, but when they received them in Tekken 8, some people got upset. Why is this the case? For example, Alma King doesn't have any really fast tools in 7, but he got good Shining Wizard in 8, and people are pissed. It's because this is a faster-paced game. So look at, like, Magic 4's getting nerfed. You know, Magic 4's got nerfed in Tekken 8 to not give full combo on counter hit anymore because this game is much faster paced. You're hitting more buttons frequently. And because of that, faster counter hit moves like Magic 4's can be more utilized for offense. And it's stronger in offense because a lot of the defensive decisions in this game revolve around you hitting a button, like down jab and power crush and these other things. And because of that, if you have a character that has a really fast, really strong counter hit move, like Steve's back 1, Hwoarang's back 4, then those moves' power are exacerbated more than in, like, Tekken 7 because of how the game system works. And also because most characters in this game don't have tools like that. So when you do have tools like that, it sets you apart, whereas in Tekken 7, it was much more standard. So anyway, moving on from this. Raven's going to get full combo here. Boop. And then, yeah, again, there's the setup, right? So in this situation, when there's no wall, my go-to option is to stay on the ground. Because then that hits, and it's like, okay, I can do Wild Rising 4 now. And then knock the Raven out of doing whatever. Or I could do... Oop, maybe not quite that. A lot of the time, you can do Wild Rising 3 as well. My timing is obviously a little bit off. Oop. See if I can do this here. I don't know if I can. If I can, it's probably like frame perfect. But I don't think I can because he's doing a 12 frame move afterwards. It traded there. But yeah, you get the point, right? If they do this, I mean, even with him doing a 12 frame move after this, if I'm doing this perfectly, it trades. So if he does like down back 2, for example, you just win the game here. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can do this, but I don't think I can. But you get the idea. That's why I just stay on the ground when Raven does this, because it's just like when he does that slide, it won't do much, and you can wake up and do like Wild Rising 4 or something. If he does the 2, it'll whiff. Like he just can't do much. He'd have to teleport and then do like from crouch down forward 3+4 while you're on the ground, which is an option, but then it's taking him so long, and now it creates more of a dynamic, and he can't. So anyway, yeah, this was a lot of Raven specific matchup stuff, but and I know this was a little bit scattered. I apologize for that. Lisetto, if you could do me a favor and just make a note to Dubdy that there was a lot of side talk with this and that he might have to skip around, I'd appreciate that. I'm sorry that this was all over the place, but I hope I at least helped a little bit with the matchup. Will do. Thank you so much. I hope this at least helped a little bit with the Raven matchup. A lot of what this Raven was doing was very typical, like, layer 1 high-level Raven setups and mix-ups and stuff. And so having an understanding of, like, how this works and what to do about it and, like, when to stay on the ground, when to get up, will help a lot with all of this bullshit that's going on with Raven. So yeah, I hope that helps. Explanation on linear characters was some of the most enlightened Tekken info I've heard in years. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad to hear that. People complain about linearity a lot. It's true, and I think it's very unfounded. I think that linearity isn't really a problem. I think it's more so the opposite problem, where there are a lot of moves in this game that track really hard when they shouldn't. And like, again, the way that you play around that is just with timing. But a lot of Tekken players, just for whatever reason, don't really want to think about timing. But yeah, we got 30 more left. Latino, Will, Jester, and Gramajo. And then I will have gotten through everyone, which is crazy. It's been a while since I've done that all in one setting. Second and third hits of strings all correct too much. Yeah, look at Lydia's political storm. It's ridiculous. Straight feels weak in Tekken 8. I was considering playing Lily for an advance. Yeah, I think that's a fair point too. It's weird as well, because you look at Elisa, and movement is very weird in its consistency, because like with Elisa's movement is great. Lisa's sidesteps are really good, backdash is very good, really like it. But there's a lot of things that she just can't sidestep for no reason, like Leo's back 1-4. She can't sidestep it left, but she can backdash out of it. It's really weird. And you also look at certain situations like after Brian's back 1 into, oh god, what move was it? I can't remember. Down forward 2. I think. Back 1 into down forward 2. It's completely random if you can sidestep it or not. So, like, if I'm remembering correctly off the top of my head, Lidia cannot sidestep, right? Down forward 2 after she blocks back 1, but Victor can. Why? I don't know. But that's just how it works. It doesn't make any sense, but that's how it works. Look at the entire, look at laws while running 1. Most characters in the game can sidestep left, dynamic entry 1 after while running 1, but Clive can't for some reason. Why? I don't know. Also, I think that Zafina can't either. I don't know. Most characters in the game after Lydia's forward 4-2 on block can sidestep horse 2, but some characters can't. And the only female character in the game that can't, every character that can't is a male character, except for Zafina. For some reason, Zafina's the only female character in the game that cannot sidestep horse 2 after blocking forward 4-2. Every other female character in the game can, and the only other characters that can are male characters, like Dragunov, I think, is one of them. Why? I don't know. It's weird. Look at good stuff. Your eyes are just sparkling. Thank you. No follow-up question. What was their thought process when they decided to add Negan in Tekken 7? So I will give you the actual reason. The actual reason, which they have said in an interview, is that Michael Murray and Harada both watched The Walking Dead. And they would every week go into the office and talk to each other at length about the most recent episode of The Walking Dead. And so, at one point, it eventually came into conversation that they talked so much about The Walking Dead that they should add Negan into Tekken. And then they did. That is the genuine reason and thought process of adding Negan in Tekken 7. I didn't know this lore. That's tight. It's very funny. Has anyone made the hurt boxes for Tekken 8 visible? Yeah, I do not know. So it more consistently avoid back 1, down 4-2, sidestep left instead of right. Maybe it's character dependent. I don't know. But usually down 4-2 tracks. Drag Falconer and Victor. Yeah, it was Victor. Okay. I thought it was Victor, but I couldn't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, it's Dragunov, Falconer, Victor, and Zafina for some reason. Yep. Zafina and King Kanoi step horse if it's after down back 3. And away from wall. Makes no sense. Negan was so fun and cheap. His down forward 1 tracked one way, his jab tracked another way, lockdown city. It sounds like every Tekken 7 DLC character after, like, 2019. Okay. Let's do a Steve game. Let's do the Steve game. Sweet to not put Eddie on that list. No, to be fair, I don't think that Eddie player. Well, it depends. I don't think that Eddie players were as egregious as like Noctis players. Might be wrong. I don't think so though, from what I remember. But then again, you never saw Eddie players in Tekken 7. All right, already starting out strong. Good punish from the Steve. Good whip punish. You're right, Noctis players over Eddie players. There's one Noctis player that was in NA that was named like Annoying Noctis or something, and he would always play Noctis's full intro, and he would specifically choose Noctis's longest outro to play whenever he won. Awful. Trey Mango was right. A lot of top 3 finishes with Noctis. Noctis was pretty good. Wish I could show you my games with Negan, bro. It was just button mashing, and I couldn't do anything about it. Negan was very annoying, for sure. I feel like there were a lot of players like that. Intros and outros rock. But it was mainly just Negan and Noctis players, and I don't know why it was them. Miguel players, too. So, okay, here's what I'm going to say here. So we get this full combo, right? Bop, 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 bop. We can run in, we back up. Assume that Steve is going to do something and that we can whiff punish it. Fair enough. What I'm going to say first, we're a little bit too far away to be able to whiff punish if he does that, right? But the second thing is, okay, we've done that. He's chosen to jump. Brilliant. He's chosen to jump. That means what we do now... Oops, sorry. It was a little bit farther away than I had anticipated. But this is when we do something like this. I don't know. I don't play Nina. Right? But the point is, that's when we go in. That's our opportunity because he's jumped. That's what he's done. And so now we can start utilizing the remainder of our heat because it's starting to run low. Instead, we back up. And so now neutrals reset again. Okay, so let's go in. And we back up. Now Steve's done something. So now is our opportunity to do, something and run in. Now's our opportunity. But instead, we back up. And so now we're in a little bit of a desperate situation because the heat is continuing to run out and we're not really doing anything. So now we run in, we do 1-2, and then we back up. And this is a problem because now, look, we have no heat left. So now we're forced, if we're going to use our heat at all, to just throw out a button. Because we've used all of our time. We're out of time, and we do that. And then this is the time when Steve hits a button because he's seen that we've actually run in, and then boom. And now we've done nothing with all of those opportunities we've tried giving ourselves. So the idea there is right. The idea is what we want to do, but... we didn't get anything out of it, right? We ended up just getting punished super hard and losing all of our heat because we didn't take that up. Well, there's a difference between playing defensively and playing passively. In the beginning, we were playing defensively, waiting out the Steve, trying to see if we could bait something out. But then even when we did, we weren't going in and doing anything with that advantage that we gained for ourselves. And this is the result. I sub Negan. There's an expectation in his character Discord to utilize intros and outros rock. That... I wonder who the Negan players are playing now. I was trying to punish and we just had faster moves, and that's why my Armor King could possibly whip, and he was breaking all my throws. Yeah, that's gonna be the tough one. I know they're saving Lei for free guaranteed DLC in season 3 and 4. What a bummer waiting for Lee. They better have a free DLC character at some point. They really should. I've been sniffing out my desperation to unload heat before it runs out. I gotta work on that. And it's really important as well to think of it from as the defender as well when the opponent is going to run out of heat. Because a lot of the time, even at high level, if the opponent is low on heat, you can make an inference that the most likely option to choose in that instance is to get the maximum value out of heat. And so your priority in that instance is stopping them from doing that. Stop them from being able to get any value out of heat. You might not be hitting them, but if you're continuously throwing out fast moves, play mental games, and just doing things with frame advantage, even if it's -2, -3, and then doing a jab or a down forward one after, something that's slower than any heat dash or heat smash that they have, then you're stopping them from being able to use their heat at all. So even if you get jab checked a little bit, or like they jab check you at the end to stop you from doing that, guess what? If you take like 15 damage and stop them from using heat, that's 15 chip damage you're not taking, and you're not taking the mix-up afterwards, and you're not taking the damage if you guess wrong. So there's the 1-1. Yeah, -13. The Steve's doing really good at punishing too. That's something we gotta be really mindful of. Yep. there's that. What do we try doing? We tried pressing the 3 button. So here, what we do, Steve's +5 here, 14 frame move. We can do power crush. We can also, when he does this, punch parry. Now the problem is these both lose to the 1+2, so we gotta be mindful of that. But if we just block here, it's not a big deal. And then, sorry, my bad, getting controller. And then again, that's where we can start maybe trying to do some Nina stuff. You still do coaching for 7? I never did coaching for 7. The way I can't really do coaching for 7 either because of the way that replays work. But yeah, I don't play 7. Interesting to see how people can waste time, long animations, save strings and sequences. You just gotta hold. Yup. And if you know how to optimally waste time, it helps a lot. Yep, that's punishable. Good punish. There you go. There's the counter hit. Yeah, and then we whiff. This Steve is really good at punishing. This Steve's extremely good at punishing. He doesn't feel like a mighty ruler at all. Just jab. Down forward 1, 2. Yeah, so if he's going to do like back 1 here, then you know, that's when we can throw out like that, right? That's kind of what that's used for. So that's something we can just think about in the future. Boop. It's the while running 2. We ended up crouching. We're getting hit a lot by crouching, right? We're crouching a lot, and that's kind of getting us killed. There's the Shoryuken. And see, this is a point where, you know, there's a distinct difference between being passive and defensive, because we run up, try doing the 1-2 Shoryukens. If we block it, obviously we launch him, right? So that's a time where we want to like dash block, you know, and that's something we can think about. We play Tool for Tekken 8. It's amazing. It really is. I'm so glad that he did it. It's one of the best parts about this game for sure. Yeah, and then here we get a little bit overzealous with trying to run in and jab check, right? So here, like he whiffs this. Oops. Just sidewalk and then get the full launch punish, you know? So, and then there's the back 1 again. Something to think about. If he's going to be using the back 1 a lot, then we have to play around the back 1 just like we would play around Flash with Yoshi. 1-1-2. There's the 4. While running 2. Power Crush would definitely be a good option there. Yeah, and then we trade with the back 1 again. So again, we have to look out for these things that are counter hitting us and just play around them, you know? Second hit ends up counter hitting. That's good. Yeah, and at the same vein, you know, also look at how much that the Steve is doing a lot of these, a lot of moves and getting counter hit. So like here, that would be a good option, right? Because if the Steve is going to hit a lot of buttons in these scenarios, then, sorry, again, broken controller, then stuff like this, especially when we're out at range, would be really nice for us to do. And, you know, even if we're not doing that, if we're like running up and doing this, for example, not that one, it's 1, I think, is what I'm thinking of. To try avoiding this, back 1 situation, and that's what we should be doing. Instead of just going for the crouch, yeah, there you go, right? Instead of just going for the crouch, which is getting us hit a lot, instead do like the down 4s and stuff to avoid those back 1s while still putting up your pressure. So yeah, there's the grab. I probably would have power crushed personally, to be honest, so I get that. But yeah, so like a lot of this game came down to like the Steve's doing a lot of back 1s. The Steve's also really good with punishment and and stuff. But then we're like playing passively here, right? We're playing passively. We're not choosing the best options to get in on the Steve. And then we're doing a lot of moves that are playing into his back 1 and his counter hits and stuff. We're crouching a lot, and that's getting us hit by a lot of his moves. Like when he goes into Lionheart, we have that one instance. And we're just not able to capitalize a lot, right? Not able to capitalize a lot on the situations that are being presented to us because, like, again, the Steve's doing a lot of highs. That's something we can take advantage of. But we're not, you know? Like there. good counter hit, right? We saw that a couple of times. But the Steve has good whiff punishment. Go into the next round. You know, again, like right here. If we did that, right? Some sort of high crushing move. If we go down forward 1-2 into the slide. It's a little bit tricky for me to do this. But also just like any move out of the stance as well to stop this back one. Something like this. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to go for. See, something like that. Just recognizing like what exactly the Steve is doing and using our tools to be able to counter those specific things would go a long way. And I think that's like one of the main reasons why we lost here is just because our defense wasn't countering exactly what he was doing. We were doing a lot of generic defense. We were like backdashing and ducking, but it's like, why are we doing that? What are we doing that for? And we weren't doing it for anything that the Steve was really doing. We were doing it more so as like a generic sort of approach to the match. And that's what caused us to get caught out a lot by like these highs, these jabs, the back ones, the counter hit strings, all of this other stuff. So, yeah, and again, the way that we deal with that, a lot more high crushing moves. Look, when we're playing out neutral and we're dashing in and out, look for those whiff opportunities. Look for him to like whiff something or like do anything and then run in when we see that. Because that's not when he's doing the back ones or anything. It's not after he whiffs something, it's after like certain strings and stuff, and then just capitalize on it like that. That would be my advice. This didn't land to a lot of players where they're so bad in the first 2 rounds, and then when it comes to the 3rd round, they become pro players and start to parry punish instantly and seem to come back with ease. Yeah, it's just a play style thing, man. Like a lot of people are very good at adapting, but don't have a good like base plan on how to like read the opponent or adjust to the opponent or just a good general approach to the game, but they are very good at adapting. So it's just playstyle, you know? I just like no rematch because I often lose the first set, download the opponent, and win the next 2 sets. Yeah, again, it's a playstyle thing. And it sucks that that's the way that it is, but, you know, it is the way that it is. And it has to be that way, too, because, you know, you imagine you go into a game and your opponent is, like, it's 100 ping. It's, like, the game is lagging, whether it's them or the netcode or whatever. It's just unplayable. You don't want to get stuck in there for 2 games. It's just not fun. I dodged Negan, Noctis, and Lucky Glory like the plague. Oh my god. Alright, Jester, no game. Let's see what we got here. Sure, let's do Paul.
You shall make a fine sacrifice.
So it's Jester, Gramajo, and then that's it. That's all of the coaching. I think it's because people consider him a high-skill character that takes a long time to learn. That being said, his dodges and defense options are nothing short of powerful and can be seen as very annoying. Yeah, no, I'm with you 100%. I think that a lot of Steve's very powerful tools, like Lionheart, like manual Lionheart, back one, sways, is so strong, especially in Tekken 8. And I think a lot of that stuff that he has is very undervalued. He is a very tricky character to play, 100%. It's very hard to utilize that stuff well, but when a Steve does utilize that stuff well, that character's insane.
Steve's great in Tekken 8 for sure. The extra defensive options are huge. Yeah, absolutely. I hate Paul, but that's a cool costume. It does feel like a Paul costume, doesn't it? All right, let's do it. This is a promo game, too. Boop, boop, boop. A lot of this so far is just Paul doing Paul things. Yeah, so a lot of the time when Paul does this, specifically, you actually just stay on the ground and eat it because of that. So like you're going to get hit by it anyway, and if it whiffs, you see, if you stay on the ground and it whiffs, then boo. Like, gets you back in the game. There you go. That's what I'm trying to do. So what happened here? Sorry, I was looking at the chat. So we go low, try sidestepping, and we get clipped. This move is absurd, but you know, it is what it is. We just have to be mindful of that, especially because he's done that multiple times now. So like the one thing about this, which you can kind of see if I hold back here, is no range, right? So if we're backdashing here after this, or we're just even holding back, then we can fully launch this. Which helps. But yeah, if we're trying to sidestep, that's how this catches you. And this caught us twice. How did it catch us the other time too? Yeah, exact same situation. He's flowcharting that. So that's something we gotta look out for. I say this all the time. Don't 1-2-2 like that. Don't do it. That's how you lose games. Never know when's my turn playing versus Steve. I know I should lab it, but meh. It's hard to find. There's a lot of wild shit that Steve can do and hidden punch parries and stuff in Peekaboo. It's obnoxious. Hard to find the effort when you don't usually bump into Steve players. Also true. Yeah. Because he's a boxer, it's hard to tell what he's up to. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and again, right, we gotta be careful of that because -12. And like, I want you to notice something, Jester. I want you to notice that this Paul player is constantly doing button into some sort of launcher. Whether it's a normal launcher, a counter hit launcher, whatever it is, he is constantly doing button into launcher. And so you have to watch out for that. He's not doing anything scary. The only thing that he's doing here that's scary is the fact that, like, you're feeding into him launching you. I predict he's going to crouch here. Okay, he held back. Yeah, he didn't crouch. But the reason why is because typically people will jab here, and you jabbed. And if he ducked, then he would launch you. I'll demonstrate. This is a very common thing you see with Paul players, right? See, like that. That's what I mean. That's why I predicted he was going to crouch. But yeah, you just gotta watch out for that. -14 on block, that one. Nice back one. That was really good. Having an earth, yep. You gotta be careful of that if they try grabbing you, but that worked out very well. Yeah, and see, like, this is why we don't use the down 3. This is why we use, say it with me now, down back 4. Because down back 4 is -13, it's not going to get you killed. And it hits on the ground. And if he punishes wrong, he dies. And most people punish wrong. I'm back. No. I have food, so I'm happy. Nice. I hope your meal was good. A lot of players who don't respect Eddie, if you spam them to death with Eddie's kicks, they no rematch you for sure. We use already rage at gimmicks, stuff like Noctis, Lucky Chloe, Negan, etc. So Steve hate is more rare. Yeah, it's a social construct on what is or isn't good / real Tekken. Boop, boop. Typical Paul damage. It's good that we're being patient here. We didn't get hit by the Death Fist, which is good. And then see, again, like, he was always going to do that. Now, knowing that this is a high, I mean, it's hard to tell, but he was always going to do this, right? He's done this, like, every time. So if we duck that, then he dies. But hell, even if we block this... Oop. Oh, sorry, I wasn't controlling Lidia there. -6. Probably dies anyway. Homemade spice fried chicken sandwich. Ooh, that sounds really good. Nice.
So yeah, we should have won that round and we just didn't because of that one thing at the wall where we did down 3 and, you know, like, we just shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, and then whiff punish there. Gotta be careful of that. Forward 2. That was good. Boop, boop. Beat the twin angel step. Yeah, and now he's starting the grab, so now we have to be careful. And again, what does he do after this? He does button, even while we're on the ground, into launcher. And even if we block this... Oh, sorry, that's not the one I'm thinking of. It's minus 11. But still, wake up. He's just dead. But we're feeding into these launches way more than we should. Yeah, and here, you know what I would have done? Personally, I would have done down back 3 into heat dash. And the reason why I would have done down back 3 into heat dash is because he just grabbed. He's been hitting a lot of buttons. So I think it's most likely I was going to do something. And we're running out of heat and we have 3 stacks. So if this hits, it's devastating, right? And then we get a huge combo afterwards. We get Oki. He doesn't have a lot left. He's not really going to have much of an opportunity to use heat. We can back 1 here when he wakes up. We saw him crouch, so we have that information. And even if he blocks it, we can just 2-1. He's probably going to hit a button there. If he doesn't, sure, neutral gets reset, but he had to eat 3 mix-ups there in order to live. So that's why I would have done it. Love the Lidia custom. Feels very Vencian Renaissance. I do think it's a Plague Doctor, is it not? It does look... It's good. I like it a lot. Yeah. Yep, nice. I was about to say, he's just done that 3 times. So... do down back 3 to punish him. Nice. I wouldn't have done the down back 3 afterwards on wake up, though, because we saw him crouch block before, but it still ended up working out. Ends up whiffing. I like the 1 while rising 1. We now have the information, right, that he's going to attack afterwards. Nice grab. Good catching him out of doing that. We could have done down 2 as well for the heat engagement, but still, that's good. Good counter hit. See, we're doing a good job of recognizing that. Paul is just constantly doing power crush when he starts doing it. We're recognizing that, which is not recognizing button into launcher, right? That exact thing. Again, we did get a little sidestep there, but it was risky doing that. And then there's the launcher. So, like, we did a good job recognizing some things. We did a good job recognizing the power crush. We did a good job recognizing some of these situations. But there are other things that we didn't recognize, right? We didn't recognize he was doing the low into launcher. We didn't recognize how he was flow trying into the down forward 2 or the big shoulder launcher, the core circle forward 1 or whatever it is, and all of this other stuff. And like, those are the really big things you need to recognize. And the way that you recognize that while you're playing a game is you sit down, you think, why am I getting launched? Why am I taking damage? And when you are thinking about that while you're playing against the Paul, that's when you notice these things. That's when you notice, like, your brain's thinking about this, your brain's internalizing it, and then you see that the Paul launches you and you go, oh shit, he just did that, like, before. This exact same thing. So now you know, and that's how you internalize that. It's a similar thing with the power crush and recognizing the power crush, but the difference with the power crush is that you have the giant white sparks on the screen, so that's like a flashing red light for your brain. But the launcher isn't necessarily. It's a little bit more subtle, but you gotta recognize that stuff. Same with him crouching as well. He crouched on wake up at the wall, right? With the down 3, we lost a round because of that. He crouched on wake up later in like the last round. And the following round, sorry, and we did a low regardless that he ended up blocking, and we should recognize that and be doing a mid instead. So just that recognition, really important. Internalizing like what the opponent's doing, why we're getting hit, and trying to focus on like, okay, what exactly is this Paul doing that's causing me to get hit, and then adjusting to that is like how you adjust these situations to recognize them while you're playing the game. So yeah. My advice. Hope it helps. And we got one more left. We got Gramajo, and then I am done. Veneton, I mistyped. Oh, no. It does look good, though. I like it. Oh, God damn it. All right, Gramajo is the last one, and I will have gotten through everyone. It's a goddamn miracle. When does the gooning start? On my second channel. I'll inspire myself from it and make one myself. Hell yeah. I imagine that you probably want me to look at Reina, so I will look at Reina instead of the Heihachi. Looks like the rest of these are Heihachi, huh? And Brian. Yeah, okay, so let's take a look then at from last week. Yeah, let's take a look at this game then. This is what was calling out to me. Let's take a look at this one. The Heihachi game. You can see everyone's replays. Yep, I just throw in the Tekken ID. We look at the young lady, not the pruny man. Stop. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Stay calm. I guess cover. That answers your question. I'm not the one playing. Okay, there's the forward 1+2. That's the dark. Yep, sidewalk. There's the up move. Oh, sweep. Nice block. Punishable with down jab, by the way. I'm sure you know, though, because you play Heihachi. Yeah, so, okay. So, let's just go back to the beginning here. So, we're getting poked a lot, right? We do this, -4, try 1+2, sidestep. Okay, so we immediately have to be careful of doing these moves against the Heihachi because the Heihachi is, like, utilizing his movement to avoid your stuff, right? And he probably is very used to these situations where he does that low and then tries to sidestep or sidewalk. So that's something we can take advantage of, right? If in the future, when we're playing Reina here, we do forward 4-2, right? See? We can do that. But we just have to be aware of that situation. Now, the while running 1+2, in case you don't know, again, I know you played the character, but a lot of people don't know this. When he does this on block, you can react to the stance transition and down jab everything in the stance on block, including 3. So this move basically just doesn't exist. So important to know. We took a lot of damage from all of that, though. Block the house sweep. Need to punish that -10. We jab. He does the 1+2 here. 1-1 after on the -9. And now we're just choosing after this. You see how the Heihachi did a low sidestep? From crouch down forward 3. And we die. Why? You know, we know that the Heihachi is going to be defensive. We know that after this situation, the Heihachi isn't going to hit a button or anything. He's going to maybe move, sidestep. He's going to do something. And that's going to give us the opportunity to be able to do this. And that's what gets us back in the game. So we're trying to do from crouch down forward 3 for the combo starter because we're assuming this is the way that we get back in the game. But it's not. This is, at best, giving us an opportunity to get back in the game, but then if it gets blocked, we lose. But if we're choosing to utilize other things because we know that this Heihachi is going to move around, we know he's not going to hit a button, and we know after we block that forward 1+2, we're at no risk of dying, We choose to utilize our other options. That's how we get back in the game. Like with what I demonstrated. Useless egghead headbutt. He's too bold to make it pleasant enough to unblock. Oh my god, stop. The spikes on his hair are in the wrong direction. Yeah. And then down forward 1. I assume that we just guessed that he was just going to do down forward 1 by itself, and we tried doing the homing move to track his sidestep. Perfectly reasonable decision. And in fact, I would say it's a very good decision. It's very smart. Okay, so here, when Heihachi does this, couple things. You can parry this. And then you get, I'm pretty sure that you get that. I'm pretty sure you do. But even outside of that, down forward 1 option selects here into the stance on block. Everything except for the, sorry, controller. Except for the homing mid. Power crush. It's the only thing it doesn't beat here. But this beats everything else, and because of that, we can hit confirm into the heat engager. Can armor? The armor loses to the low. Down forward 1 beats the low. It beats everything except for the power crush. And even then, I'm pretty sure that the power crush beats power crush because Heihachi's power crush outstands like 23, 24 frames or something. It's slow. Sorry, I am starting to lose my energy here. But nice punish on that. Into the low. And just moving around. Nice forward 2. And again, see how we sidestepped, right? Something we can use to our advantage here. So we do power crush here, even though we're +4, so we shouldn't be doing that. But if we... He actually did a really good job of step guarding here too. But if we do this... This is what I'm kind of trying to get at, right? Or... It's hard to wave dash on this control, I'll be honest. But, you know, if he does that as well, then we can, like, go into this and then do this. We can, of course, do the house sweep. We can do this. We can do a bunch of things to catch the Heihachi because he's stepping. So, just important to keep in mind. I can tell you've already recognized because you did that back 1 before, but still. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I think that was done well. Oh yeah, also back 2. Yep, and we did the deep one because we thought it was gonna sidestep. That was good. That again. What an interaction, by the way. Can I just say that was crazy. There's the up headbutt. Yeah, okay. So this is something I say a lot. Don't use your heat immediately like this. Don't use it because this is such a waste. This is such a waste of heat. Because now look, now Heihachi still has it. He does this. He runs in. He uses his heat more. And now look at this. This is just like... I mean, we lost because we did our heat dash. We lost because we did heat dash. So, something I say a lot, what we should be doing instead, especially because we know that he's going to sidestep, is, like, use our homing moves, right? Try catching him out. Try, like, doing stuff to enforce our pressure. Like, keep doing stuff like this, and, again, that's reactable. And try to outlast Heihachi in heat. Try to keep him locked down and fish for those opportunities to be able to get, like, a proper heat dash in the combo or, like, a heat smash on whiff punish or put Heihachi's back to the corner and then use heat smash. Just utilize it more than just, like, I'm going to do this one thing, try catching him on the second hit, try maybe getting a guaranteed follow-up, and then that's it. It's okay short-term, but long-term, it causes you to lose, right? And again, this into stance now, after the nerf, you can react to the stance transition with down jab, and it option selects everything in the stance. So this isn't real. Yeah. launcher. We've done that a couple times now, so I was about to say we have to be careful because we've done that enough times now where the Heihachi's gonna recognize it and block it, and as soon as I started saying it, it's like I know what I'm talking about. And so again, we saw this before. Heihachi here sidestep. So what do? Oops, sorry. Boop. Oh my god, man, I can't do it on this control, but yeah, you get the point. So when he does immediate heat smash here, we end up taking that. It's fine. We go in the heat now. And we're gonna hopefully, nope, we did something that's minus 15 on block. I was going to say, hopefully we can kind of see how what I was talking about last round can like flip on its head now. But yeah, there you go, right? That's a good amount of damage. We reset neutral, we get the while running forward. Now we're back to reset. And that's sort of how we get back in the game, which kind of comes back to what we were talking about round one. Now, Heihachi got the house sweep there and was able to win the round. But it's really important to point out that what is happening with Reina there with the shadow. Oh my god. But it's really important to point out a couple of things. The first thing is the Heihachi like sidestepping and moving and all of this stuff and just actively countering that, right? There were a lot of situations where we knew he was going to sidestep, and because of that, we also know that he's not going to hit a button. So we're safe to do slower moves. We're safe to do things that are going to catch him more. We're safe to do things that are going to mix him and put him in a position where it's like, you can't just sidestep here, man. I'm not just going to let you sidestep every time you do the stance 4 or whatever. And that's going to cause the Heihachi to either open himself up more or be obvious in what he's going to do afterwards and then give you more opportunities to hit him. But then the other thing to think about too is how do you open up the Heihachi? How do you punish him, right? And or how do you come back in the game? And so that, I think, when we looked at like the frame crouch down forward 3 at the beginning of the round, is sort of the way we're thinking about getting back into the game. And I assume that because that's what a lot of people think. But in reality, it's not that. And you kind of see that with how the Heihachi was going in, I think this round, where he had heat, right? Yeah, here, right? Half bar of heat. And like, let's just assume that Heihachi's in rage right now, right? Let's just assume that. Gets one good thing, does that. Little bit of movement, gets some plus frames with the heat. Running plus on block move has set you up for the wall now because of that. And because of that setup, that wins him the round. So even if he has 1 HP here, he won this round, not with like a big launcher or anything like that. He won it because of the positioning, and the setups that he's utilizing with the wall and such. And then boom, like that's the end of it. So you don't need these big launches. You don't need these big like counter hits to be able to win rounds or make comebacks. You just need to sequence your offense and layer your pressure in a way that's very hard for the opponent to deal with, and set up for situations like this that are just going to cause the opponent to lose basically no matter what they do. So yeah, that would be my advice. And with that, everyone, we're done. We are done. That is all of the coaching. That is a lot of people. That's 14 people in one day. I'm tired. I feel like the coaching this time around for me wasn't like as good as normal, so I apologize for that if anyone felt that way. But we got through it. So that means that we will be opening coaching for next month. Yay! So let me do this real quick. Coaching was fantastic, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hope you guys learned something from it. Hope it helps. So if you want to participate in coaching, hold on a sec. I can't talk and type at the same time. There it is. The thread is now up in our Discord, and on YouTube, link in the description, on Twitch, !Discord. Go to the events channel, go to this thread called Public Coaching 10-1, throw your Tekken ID in here. And that's it. That's all you gotta do. And then you will get coaching in the next stream we do of this on October 1st. Now, this is also going to be this coaching. Sorry, I forgot. I need to make it public coaching number 17. I need to... Hold on. Edit thread. Number 17. Okay. Cool. Tekken IDs later. No! Now! This is going to be the last coaching I do for the rest of the year. Doing public coaching is very tiring for me. It's exhausting because it requires a lot of my mental to do this. And I obviously have to talk a lot, and there's not a lot of breaks or downtime. So doing this for like 5, 6, 7 hours straight is exhausting. Doing it over multiple days is exhausting. And we've done 17 of these. We've done these for a year now. We did the first one on October 2nd of last year. So we've done a lot of these. It will come back, but I'm gonna take a bit of a break because it's a lot. So this is gonna be your last chance for a while to get coaching if you want coaching. So make sure you submit your Tekken ID in the Discord before the 28th. And I'll put this all in Discord as well when I feel like going in and editing it. I don't want to do it right now on stream and everything. But yeah, put your Tekken ID in here. Next coaching will be on the 1st. It'll be the last one of the year. So this is your last time to do it. And I'm not going to have a cap. Normally I have a cap of 20 people. I'm not going to have a cap for this one because it's the last one we're doing for a while. So no matter how many people are in there, just get it in there if you like. But yeah. Anyway. That's gonna do it for me. That's the end of coaching. Again, hope you found this helpful. I'll actually hold on. I'll actually switch back to the. Hope you enjoyed the Lidia PNG as well. let me change this so you can actually see me here. Hello. Yeah, I'm tired. I am tired. Oh, you can actually see me moving around the little box on my face to change my webcam settings and everything. That's funny. But yeah, again, sorry for no webcam today too, everyone. I just didn't want the light shining in my face. I'm not feeling great today. So I hope you all understand. I don't think it, also thank you for the 10 bits or so. Appreciate it. Thank you. I don't think that the webcam really matters too much anyway for coaching stuff, but I'll make sure for next time for the little PNG that's in the corner to have it actually animated while I'm talking, like a proper PNG tuber instead of it just being a static image. I decided kind of last minute to not turn all of the stuff on because I just didn't want to, and it was a good choice too, because I am like, so having the light shining in my face would be like, but yeah, when I have to have the webcam off in the future, I'll set that all up so that it can like, I'll be a PNG tuber with Lidia. But yeah, let's pray Tekken doesn't have an update that kills the replays just before coaching. They're not gonna have 2 updates in September, surely. There's no way. It's not going to happen. It's fine. Everything's gonna be okay. I have the 2x KO beta, but the game's bugged and it won't load. Oh, that sucks. At least it's not a limited beta, though. So, no worries. I realize I don't even need person coaching. I can just benefit from watching you coach others. A lot of people say that, and I'm really glad to hear it. I'm glad that it helps. Arena was leaked, and Heihachi head spike are not combat efficient. They point the wrong way. True. The head spike is the most important part. He needs to flip his hair the other way. Made my day, Seth. Thanks for the great fun stream. Oh, well, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. Seth activated dark mode. No, when I activate dark mode, Mokujin with a Lidia wig for a PNG. That would be good, actually. I could use the Mokujin, like, thing I normally use and just put a Lidia wig on it. I made it myself, by the way. It's the one and only bit of pixel art I've ever done, and I'm quite happy with it. Like my profile picture. I made it myself. I'm dog mode when I play Tekken. Tekken does a lot of bad things to all of us. You did amazing with it. Thank you. I put a lot of time into it. I'm so happy with how it came out. I've never done pixel art before. I took a lot of time looking at like other pixel art to try getting an idea of like what works, what doesn't work, how to do shading and stuff. And I think it came out really good. I'm very happy with it. But yeah, anyway, that's going to do it for me for today, everyone. I'm going to go. I will be back on Saturday. And Saturday, fingers crossed, we'll be playing Virtua Fighter 5. So that'll be fun. Sunday, I'm also planning on doing Virtua Fighter, but we'll kind of see how it goes on Saturday, because if there are problems with the netcode and everything like there were last time, then I'm not going to play it for 2 days. But it'll be fun to play Virtua Fighter again. I like the game a lot. So, yeah, we'll do that. And if it ends up being kind of a mess, then maybe Sunday we'll do viewer games or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm not 100% sure on what to do yet, but V5 Revo was amazing. It's such a good game. I just wish that the netcode worked and there was crossplay. But I'm excited. I've been looking forward to this update for months and months and months. And as long as everything runs good, I'm gonna buy it, and I'm probably gonna play it more after the beta. Because Virtua Fighter 5 is really fun. It's a great game. And I just wish I could play more, but with the low player base, no crossplay, and the netcode being as bad as it is, as I've dubbed it 4D netcode, which I think is very funny. I'm still patting myself on the back for that one. I just never played it since the beta, which sucks. I played it a lot on PlayStation 4 when the Virtua Fighter 5 remake first came out, but I don't like use PlayStation, so like I didn't want to pay $10 a month to play online, so yeah. Awesome journey like always. Appreciate Lydia. Thank you. The amazing move. Thank you, Zachio. Bye. Have a good night. You too, Tina. Thank you. Appreciate you stopping by. Have a good one. Bye. You too, Side. Have a good night. It's incredible. Good job on the pixel. Aw, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you guys like it. Virtua Fighter 6 might be huge. I think that it's going to be one of the biggest fighting games. I don't think it's going to be a thing like Fatal Fury or anything where it's like, we're reviving a dead franchise, and then it just, woo, $1 million prize pool, big esports tournament, season guys, I don't think it's going to do that. I think Virtua Fighter 6 is actually going to do very well. Mainly because Ryuga Gotoku is making it, and Ryuga Gotoku are competent devs, whereas SNK is like, I I like SNK's games, don't get me wrong, but they do an awful job at marketing. They do an awful job at pricing their stuff. I mean, Jesus Christ, KOF 14 is still full price. It's still a full price game. The KOF 13 on Steam, that's been a whole fiasco. It's such a mess with SNK. The developers of fighting games are their own worst enemy. And I think that Virtua Fighter is going to do a good job because it's coming from a developer that knows how to make games, right? They make Yakuza, they make good games, they make games people are excited for, they know how to innovate, they know how to innovate in the fighting game space. That's what Virtua Fighter has always been known for. They know what players want. They make games that the players want rather than what like a wide audience wants, which again is like one of the biggest downfalls of fighting games, is making the games for an audience that doesn't exist. And I think Virtua Fighter 6 is going to do great. I think that in terms of fighting game developers, as weird as it is, you might say Arc System Works is the best one. I think that Ryuga Gotoku is probably the best developer you could have make a fighting game. I really do. Thanks for tolerating me. Don't say I'm tolerating you, man. Come on. Take care, Seth. See you next stream. You too, Rebellious Royal. Hope Virtua Fighter does good, but my biggest hope is the announcement of Soul Calibur. Yeah, same. But it'll be nice to have another 3D fighting game too, because remember, with me, I know a lot of Tekken players only play Tekken, but me, I'm a 3D fighting game player. A lot of people ask me, Seth, why do you play Tekken when you don't like Tekken? The reason why is because I'm a 3D fighting game player. So when a 3D fighting game comes out, I am on that. I am playing it. I love 3D fighting games. I'm not a big fan of 2D fighting games, but 3D fighting games, that is my shit. So if there is a 3D fighting game that comes out and I don't like Tekken, I'll play that 3D fighting game. In this case, Virtua Fighter 6. That's probably going to be the game that I'm going to play quite a bit. Depending on how it is too and how much I like it. I might even play Virtua Fighter 6 in tournaments. I might even try being competitive in the game. If I really like it, especially over Tekken 8, I might. I don't know. We'll see. I think with Virtua Fighter 5, it's not... It's a game that's like, you know, so old, and it's run its course to a point where it's like I'm not really excited to get into it, because I get excited and I like getting into stuff that's new characters, new games. That's what I like. So with Virtua Fighter 5, it's like it's nice to be able to play something else. It's nice to be able to play Virtua Fighter, but it's not something I'm really excited to like get into and be competitive with. But Virtua Fighter 6, super excited for that. I can't really vouch for Ryuga Gotoku when they put out Revo as they did. Here's my mental gymnastics, though. It did come out rough as it did, but the reason why they're doing this whole thing with Revo and everything is to test what they do, what they need to do, and what they need to do right and wrong and all of that, so that Virtua Fighter 6 comes out good. Because imagine if they didn't, and they didn't know what to learn from, and they didn't know how to fix it, and then they just released Virtua Fighter 6 in the exact same state as Revo, it would be dead. So, just like Soul Calibur 6. Same here, but 3 fighting games are so bleh. Yep. Hopefully Virtua Fighter 6 is amazing. I'll be waiting a bit to see the returns before I buy it. Yep, I'm with you on that. But here's hoping, fingers crossed. I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful. They still released an unlabeled early access game that maybe needed 10 months of extra development. And that's if the beta fixes things. Yeah, but you also don't know how it's going on internally with them. Like, they're making, I'm sure they're in development of a new Yakuza game. They have a new IP that they're making. They're making Virtua Fighter 6, and they're doing the Virtua Fighter 5 re-release on top of all of that. I'm sure that Virtua Fighter 5 is the bottom of their priorities. So, like, no, you're right. You're right with how they put it out, but I think that with that context, I don't think it's as bad as if Virtua Fighter 5 was the only thing that they're doing. You know what I mean? I think that context makes it different. I think they're using Virtua Fighter 5 to polish for it. Yeah, that's what I mean. I do. I just don't think that makes it okay. That's where we differ then, because I think it does, but that's just my opinion, man. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here now, for real this time. I'll see you all on Saturday. Take care. Have a good rest of your night. Yeah, that's it. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. See you all. Bye, everyone. Bye, everyone I said bye to. Bye, everyone I did say bye to. Bye to everyone lurking. Bye to everyone coming by. Appreciate you guys. Love you guys a lot. See you next time. Bye.